class of fitted senior Ram Lambs for the Suffolk Show. First goes to entry number 2, Whiskey River, JMG 2208, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Next class for the Suffolk Show is fitted late Ram Lambs. Fitted late Ram Lambs is your next class.
Thank you very much. Little technology problem to start our morning, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and roll with this. Really nice big framed buck to go ahead and start with today. A ram that's super good on his feet and legs. He goes through and stands real square. He's relatively level in his top line. He's a little bit deceiving when you go through and look at him on a side view profile, but when you get your hands on him, he's got quite a bit of natural thickness and muscling across that forerib and on out through that loin and out through his hip. A ram that's got some substance, some style, and at the same time got some stretch and go in him. Ram that goes through and really impressed me in his total package is the ram we have in second. I mean, this ram has got a tremendous amount of levelness and smoothness and balance. He's really thick in through his top line. I like the way he carries his natural thickness out through that rump structure and through the center portion of his leg. A ram that, again, if I could just go ahead and maybe extend him just a little bit more, I think he could go ahead and be really competitive. Real good buck also in third. I like that he's really driven in through his front end. He's really long-bodied, super long from that last rib back. Just a little bit more of a off in his front feet for me today. But again, I think a ram that really has a tremendous amount of quality. Congratulations.
Check 1, 2.
I think a really nice set of fall rams to start the Southdown show off with. The one that I chose to win, I think is so good built from the side. I like his correctness of lines and the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's a sheep that's really bold and robust through his forerib, wide-chested. I think a sheep that has enough muscle. If I could change him any, I'd widen him up at his pins, but I think one that's sure built right from the profile. The sheep in second, I think, is very similar in terms of his construction through his chest floor, his underline, his correctness of lines, and his hip and hind leg. That sheep's just a little bit too light colored for me. Ram that we have next in line, I really like his ruggedness of structure. He's a sheep that when you get right behind him, he's really powerful out of his upper pins. He's just a little bit rawer today, and because of that, he's harsher to the touchdown his top. I'd sure like to square him up in his rack shape and freshen him up to his loin edge as well. But a sheep that I think has some unique pieces in terms of some added extension and length and masculinity in his bone work. The sheep we have next in line is kind of conservative in his frame size. He's a sheep that's really wide skeleton, but with that, he's a little bit deeper in his chest, a little thicker and heavier through his front end, and a sheep that I just like to neaten up from the profile. Really a big heavyweight sheep here in fifth, a sheep that's really high performing, long bodied, and good in his lines. I just wish he was more shapely from behind. And the ram we're going to round the class out with really runs uphill, a sheep that I really like his extension up front. He just needs more mass from behind.
We just have a single entry in our buck lamb class here, and again, ram lamb that really you have to go ahead and appreciate for his levelness and his top line, his squareness out through his rump. Really impressive when you go through and put your hands on this sheep, that he's got a tremendous amount of shape over the top of that shoulder and out through that forearm and right out through the top of that hip. Same time you put him out on the move, the sheep goes through and reaches out with a nice long stride. Really a good buck to go through and win this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of early senior Ram Lambs for the Southdown Show. First place goes to entry number 5. FP Livestock 21415 Bandit. Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry number 2, Howe Farms 2146 Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. Third to entry number 1, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to entry 7, Lewis Hick, Redbud, Illinois. 5 to entry 4, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. And 6 to entry number 3, Jessica Lindau, Chile, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of Katahdin Fall Ram Lambs. First place goes to entry 1, Riviera 9853-834, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Second to entry 3, CDS 1B264, Guy Deal, China Grove, North Carolina. And third to Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana, with entry number 2.
Here in the Suffolk Ram Lamb class, we've got a ram that wins this class quite easily. You look at the front end design on this ram. He's extended up through that front end. You love the way that neck-shoulder junction is. He's got some thickness about his front end, but he's not coarse. Where he really excels the rest of the class is that rib shape, that underline. There's a lot of spring of rib here. He's straight in his lines. You handle him down his top. He's very thick. He handles out into a big wide hip, and he balances nicer than anything else out here in the class. The next ram in line, a very thick-made ram. I'd like to see him just stretched out a little bit. He's a little bit shorter-sided than our class winner. He's a little coarser up through his front end, but boy, when you handle him down his top, he's very thick. He's very wide. You appreciate that. I'd like to see him up on his toes just a tick more on his front feet, especially when you get him put into motion to run with our individual that wins the class. The next ram in line, a little bit more extended kind of a ram. You appreciate his front end design just a little bit better than our second place one. But when you handle him down his top, he doesn't handle as fresh. He's not as thick as our second place individual. He fits in that third hole. The next ram in line, a long, extended kind of an individual, just needs a lot more thickness to him to run with these individuals ahead of him. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the class of Suffolk late Ram Lambs, first place to entry number 110. Knutson, 2274, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Second place to entry 5, Kay Slack, 2263, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to entry number 3, Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to entry 6, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 5 to entry number 7, also Felicity and Austin Groves. And 6th place to entry number 8, Jacob Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. Now selecting fitted champion and reserve champion ram for the Suffolks.
I think 4 really high quality early spring ram lambs over here. The sheep that I chose to start with, the big power ram of the drive, he's the one you get right on top of him, and he's easily the boldest over his rack shape, really shapely from behind, and yet a sheep that gets out and goes. I think a pretty logical place to start. Sheep in second is really intriguing to me in the profile, really runs uphill. I like his chest floor and the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder, and he sure has more than enough turn to his leg from the profile. When you get right on top of him, I just like to open him up in his forerib a notch and square him up there over his rack. Ram we have next in line is one I really like for his basic build. That sheep is so sound. He's so good in his lines and neat and clean up through his front end. I usually don't make huge decisions on this, but he's really, really small testicled. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with is one that I sure like his ruggedness of structure and his correctness of lines. I think he just needs more opened up underneath.
Here in our champion Suffolk fitted Ram Lamb division, there's an easy winner, and that's going to come from your last class. Just a tremendous individual. The profile you get from him, the look he's got, the handle he's got, he just excels the rest of the class. When it comes for reserve, it gets a little bit tougher. But we're going to go with the fall Ram Lamb. He kind of follows the type and kind. He's a little bit more extended. He follows our champion ram, just not quite the length of spine, but a good sheep as well. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Real nice set of February rams to go through and sort. And again, these youngsters deserve a little pat on the back on some really nice genetics from top to bottom. And again, sheep that go through and have some rack shape and some body, and at the same time some correctness that again make each one of these bucks pretty darn competitive. Ram that again continues to go ahead and be intriguing to me is the ram that was go through and start the class. Ram that appears to be one of the more youthful appearing rams that really balances up nice. He goes through and he's really neatly laid in through his shoulder. He's level in his top line. He's got one of the biggest hips and one of the lighter condition rams that I think shows again a tremendous amount of potential down the line. I really like his feet and legs. He's really got an eye appeal. I think he's again a ram that just kind of brings a lot of great things to the table for me today. The ram that certainly, if you're looking for a lot of massiveness and rib and body and substance, definitely is the ram that we have in second. Ram that you've got all those power features that are being dictated in this ram. Again, a ram that goes through and has some levelness and some width down his top. He's real square out through his rump structure. I think he might be a little quicker in his kind. When we go through and really evaluate him, I'd like to go ahead and see that maybe he's just a little bit fatter in comparison to the ram that we're starting with. But again, you got to appreciate all the maturity factors that he has in the view when we go through and look at him today. The ram that we go through and have in third place, I really like the way that this ram is really extended at the top of his shoulders. He's a ram that goes through and walks out real smooth and clean. A ram, real long strided sheep that's relatively level in his top line, goes through and has a tremendous amount of muscle in through his top line. I need to change up his feet a little bit to go ahead and get him up any higher in the class. I think that was probably the biggest criticism of this ram that I have today. Really good buck that's here in fourth. And again, He's probably one of the more youthful appearing rams in this class, a ram that's really extended in through his front end, super clean in through that lower third of his body cavity, dead level in his top line, a ram that is the lightest condition ram in this class, which works to his advantage. He is massive in his rack shape. He's got a tremendous amount of hip width. I think a sheep that's going to continue to go through and get better and better because, again, I think that he's really steep in his growth curve. I think he's got really a lot of time that's going to get better and better. Really a good sheep. Then we end up going through and we have the darker featured ram that goes through and finishes out our top 5. A ram that, again, I really liked on the side view profile. Really super good on those feet and legs. Real flexible in his footwork. And at the same time, relatively level in his top. Just not quite as much muscle and thickness as we see in the top 4. Congratulations on a nice set of rams.
For the Suffolk Show, our fitted champion in reserve, our champion went to the first place animal out of the late Ram Lamb class. Entry number 110, Knutson 2274, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Reserve was first place in the fitted senior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 2, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the class of Katahdin February Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 11, FRA 7272, Allie and Brent Francis, Paris, Missouri. Second place to entry number 7, Aslan 109, Cody Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. Third to entry 10, Emerson Bryant, Fredericktown, Ohio. 4 to entry 6, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 5 to entry 12, Brady Kessler. 6 to entry 8, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. And 7 to entry 13, Sarah Morris, DeLong Springs, Florida. Placing on the late senior Ram Lambs for the South Downs, first place goes to entry 11, Connettle 2206, Breanne Carson and Cole Connettle, Downs, Illinois. Second to entry number 14, Chuck Bowers 2202, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Third place to entry 18, Brinley Kritz, Kmar, Maryland. And 4 to entry number 15, Megan Sowers, Tiffin, Ohio.
Real nice set of Ram Lambs to go through and sort in our Katahdin division. And as we go through and look at these sheep, we like to go through and see that we've got some stoutness, some ruggedness, some doability built into these sheep, and at the same time, some real function. I think that you probably could read some of the things that I had said in previous classes, you know, where I'm kind of leaning. And again, I think that those kind of sheep, you know, have a tremendous amount of function and ability to go ahead and do great things. And on a side note, I just want to go ahead and tell you folks that are raising Katahdins, I'm actually going to try to work into those. And as it turns out, I'm actually going to be using some F1s as my recips in our Montadale breeding group. But I'm I've been intrigued for a long time. And so again, I see the kind of sheep that I really like out here, and I'll go through and I'll name our champion in reserve. Again, congratulations on a nice Ram show.
kind of a difficult class to evaluate here in these Ram Lambs. Each one of them has qualities that excel the rest of the class. We're going to use a ram that's just got a lot of thickness down his top. The massive bone work he's got, I really appreciate that. Is he a little too coarse-fronted for me? Yes, he is. He's not too bold right now, but I think he's going to get there in the future, but we're evaluating him today. But he excels the class in just mass down his top with a skeleton, carrying a lot of muscle into that lower leg. You love the rib shape that he's got. It's a natural. The depth of his rib cage is where he really excels the class. The ram in second, you love the length of body that this guy's got, the profile he gives you, the muscling down his top. You appreciate that about him. I'd like to see a little bit more bone work underneath him and a little more spring of rib, and he'd win this class quite easily. But when you got the class winner excelling in that stoutness of bone work, he fits into that second hole. The next ram in line, a really nice profiling kind of an individual. You like that about him. I'd like to change him on his front feet. He turns that 1 foot out just a little bit too much for me. He sits into that third hole. The next ram in line, a nice individual as well. You love the profile. He's got the straightness of lines. Just doesn't have the thickness. Like to see him a little square out through that hip structure to run with these individuals ahead of him. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
For the Katahdin Show, our champion ram goes to entry number 11, first in the February Ram Lamb class, FRA 7272, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. The reserve champion goes to our first place in the January Ram Lamb class, entry number 4, CDS 2V265, Guy Deal, China Grove, North Carolina. Placing on the class of Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lambs for the Suffolk Show. First place to entry 9, Macaulay, 5566, Karen Fair, Shreve, Ohio. Second to entry 12, Slack, 10254, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third place to entry 11, Bowen Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 4 to entry 10, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
I think a pretty logical place to start here in this next ram class on the South Down Ring. A sheep that's built right from the profile for me, really powerful out of his upper hip. I think just an awfully nice one. Sheep that we have here next in line, I really like his ruggedness of structure. That ram, when you get your hands on him, is probably the biggest rack sheep of the drive. He's one that sure leaves you with plenty of base width. He's so good in his basic build from the profile in terms of his correctness of lines and the way he runs up front. His hip and hind leg is sure right as well. He just doesn't have that added shot of freakness up through his front end compared to our class winner, but I think a sheep whose basic build is so good. The ram we have next in line is really extended, probably the longest of the drive, a sheep that's extremely attractive from the profile in terms of the way he runs uphill from behind. I just wish he was just a shot more massive in his muscle shape, especially right there out of his upper pins. Similarly here in the sheep in fourth, a ram that I really like the way he's laid in through his shoulder and the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder, really good down through his chest floor as well. It's when you get right behind him, that sheep needs just a shot more muscle. And then we do have the power ram here in fifth, really wide-chested, thick-ended sheep. He just needs to be more attractive from the profile.
Placing on the Southdown class of January Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 33, J. Lee Oldenburg, with Oldenburg 2035, Jay Lee's from Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 28, Nature Boy, A&M 2T210, Wyatt Weiserbecky, Orwick, Missouri. Third place to entry 20, Matty Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 27, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. 5 to 29, Cole and Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 6 to 32, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. 7 to entry 23, Oliver Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. 8 to 22, Clay Schoen, Jeromesville, Ohio. 9 to 31, Brooklyn Gold, North Yarmouth, Maine.
What an excellent set of yearling ewes. These youngsters, again, deserve a good attaboy or attagirl out here to go through and bring out the quality and the depth of our yearling ewe class is just really impressive. And I appreciate that a lot, that you put this much effort and in time to come out here and be on the green shavings. It's a really great thing. And again, the commitment by your parents and all the breeders are big time. Yearling ewe that just is extremely intriguing to me is the ewe that we go through and start. I mean, this is a sheep that really balances up. We go through and we look at how clean she is in through her front end and how neatly laid in through that, into that shoulder, into that neck, and in her top line is really super straight, and it's massive. She's massive in that top. And then she go through and you handle across that rack, through the loin, and out through that rump structure. She is massive. And when you go through and look at her, she's feminine. And so you go through and you look at the spring and arch of rib and the depth of body and depth of flank, she is really maternal. And so there's a ton of things that I really appreciate in this particular female. She may not be the heaviest bone, she may not be the tallest, she may not be all of those other big things, but my gosh, look at how good this sheep is built. And I think that's more than anything. You've got to go through and look at the conformation and how that really relates to a lot of things and our industry as far as marketing sheep that go through and have muscle and mass and doability, and at the same time putting it into a pleasing package. She's definitely that. Thank you very much for bringing her on out. Now there's a ewe that I have in second. She's my kind. Okay, I really like her a lot. Look at the amount of bone and substance, and you see the spring and arch of rib and the maternal underline on this sheep. The sheep is soft and soggy in a positive way. You go through and you look at her, she's going to be a factory. I really like the way that she's production-based in the amount of natural thickness and muscling down her top. She's big, wide hip female. It's got some width of pins. I think she's going to be one of those that just crank out some nice big lambs that are going to go through and just pop right out of her nice and easy. I think she's another good, real soggy-made kind of female that goes through and just shows practicality in so many ways in a very eye-appealing package. She's really good. I think the biggest thing and the biggest difference is maybe she's a little easier in her top. Some people say that it actually works to her advantage because she is kind of easy that way. So, but again, to me, I think that was the difference between you and number one. So again, two really super ewes on that top end. The ewe in third comes right in behind as, again, another one of those really great ewes that has a tremendous amount of thickness down her top. Female that goes through and has some neatness into her front end. She goes through and has a lot of guts and body and rib. If I could change up where she had a little more substance of bone. I mean, her structure is impeccable. You're not going to find a problem as far as feet and legs. She's one of the easier striding sheep in the class. I'd just like to go ahead and stouten her up in her features, and we could go ahead and see her up a notch or two. Again, just really a nice ewe. Big extended ewe that goes through and comes in 4. And when you first came in the ring and I'm looking at the sheep, I said, oh, there's a contender. And when I go through and look at the brown ewe here, she goes through and has tremendous size of elevation. She's very stretchy. She doesn't have quite the stoutness and the ruggedness that we saw in the 3 previous ewes. That's where, again, they really got you as far as rack shape, depth of body, stoutness in her, through her top side that really made a difference as far as going through and moving up the line. I'd like to go ahead and stouten her feature in many different directions. We find the big white ewe goes through and, again, has a tremendous amount of width of chest, and she does have some natural thickness down her top, just not quite as pretty a package as we found in the 4 ewes ahead. Really nice set of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Here in the Suffolk Spring Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, we got a ram here that wins this class quite easily. He's so straight down his top. You love that rib shape that he's got. Where he excels the rest of the class is the way he ties up through his front end. He balances so nice from front to rear. And when you get him put into motion, he holds himself together just as well as when this young lady's got him stuck. Just an incredible kind of an individual, just fault-free put together. The next ram in line, a longer spined ram, I'll give him that. But he's a little coarser than our class winner up through that front end. If you clean that up just a little bit, he might be able to run with our class winner. But you love the depth of rib, the length of underline that he's got. And he's got a lot of muscle down that top. He's got a square hip in him. But that front end design, it just needs to be a little bit better to get around to our class winner. The next ram in line, a lot of red meat in this guy. He's got a big rack in him. You really appreciate that. He's got a lot of depth of rib, spring of rib. Just shortens up just a little bit as compared to our ones ahead of him. Gets a little bolder up through his front end. Get that changed about him, and he'd be able to move on up the class. The next ram in line, a little lower in his front end design than I like. You get that shoulder brought up just a little bit. Give him a little bit more eye appeal and flair. It would help him quite a bit. But he's a long-bodied buck. You do appreciate that. He's correct on those feet and legs. Just a nice kind of an individual that sits in that fourth hole. The next ram in line, he's really green. He's in the least amount of condition as anybody that's been shown out here. Really long-bodied, long-spined. You appreciate that. He handles probably as long from the 13th rib back as anything in the class. He's just a little too green today. If he had a little more condition on him, he'd get a little more spring of rib into him. I think his better days are ahead of him. He might have been a buck that was outworked, and that's what he looks like. But a very nice individual. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
On the Southdown ring, I think a really good set of February ram lambs. The sheep I chose to start with, I think, is one that is more unique in terms of his forerib. He's a sheep that's sure muscular up top and from behind, and from the profile, he's a sheep that's profile is so attractive in terms of his correctness of lines, the way he runs uphill, and the set out of his hip and hind leg as well. I think just kind of a nice sheep to start with. The ram that we have here in second has several class ESTs. He's as stout structured as anything. He's an extremely wide-built sheep in terms of his chest floor, out of his pin set, and when he leaves you. He's one, though, that in terms of his muscle shape just gets a little bit plainer. He's a little bit softer there over his rack. He's a sheep that maybe down through the lower portions of his leg gets a little bit played out, but a sheep that's extremely wide constructed. The one here in third is one that's really intriguing to me in terms of his muscle and his mass and his ruggedness. He's so big structured. He's a sheep that's so powerful when you get your hands on him and view him from behind as well. I wish we could just change his back leg a little bit. He's really wanting to roll that hock, and he's starting to get soft on his rear pasterns. Other than that, I think that's a real stud buck. Sheep that we've got here in fourth is one that I really like a lot of pieces about him. He's a sheep that runs uphill. He's really expressive over his rack shape. I especially like how square he is out of his hip. I just like to stouten him up in his bone work just a touch and square him up there at his loin edge. And then the ram we're going to round the top five out with is a really fresh condition sheep. Really powerful over his rack, though surprisingly shapely on the top side of his skeleton to me. I just wish when he went away he was a notch wider out of his pin set and left me with more base width.
Placing on the Katahdin class of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 14, LY144, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. Second place to entry number 17, BRK2128, Mason Fretchie, Ward, South Dakota. Third to entry 21, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. 4 to entry number 15, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 5 to 16, Ashland Farms, Rob, Jamie, Cody, and Luke Aslan, Bowling Green, Missouri. 6th place to entry 24, Margaret Deal, China Grove, North Carolina. 7 to entry 22, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. 8th place to entry 27, Molly Trammell, Cloverdale, Indiana. 9 to entry number 19, Matlin, Jacoby McKenzie and Macy Mag of Ottawa, Ohio. And 10 to entry number 28, Sarah Morris, DeLon Springs, Florida. Placing on the Suffolk class of slick-shorn early ram lambs, first place goes to entry number 24, Slack 10-241, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry number 20, slack 10-243, also Jordan Leininger. Third place to entry number 13, Karen Fair, Shreve, Ohio. 4 to entry 16, Bowen Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 5 to entry number 14, Aiden Shank, Winnebago, Illinois. 6 to entry 17, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to 25, Marissa Lovelace, Ellsbury, Missouri. 8 to 21, Autumn Dotson, Benicia, Oklahoma. 9 to entry 15, Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. And 10 to 26, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. Placing on the February class of South Downs. First went to entry 39, Oldenburg 2027, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second to 44, Beckmeyer Brothers 2214, Pedro, Logan, Tanner, and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Third to entry 43, Addison True, Oakchee, Tennessee. 4 to entry number 38, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to entry 50, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. 6th place to 40, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 46, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. 8th place to 34, Brianne Carson and Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. 9 to 37, Bowen Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. And 10 to 36, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Southdown exhibitors, following the March class of Ram Lambs that is currently in the ring, we will be showing for champion or junior champion, and then we will follow that with the championship and reserve championship. According to the catalog, following that, you will have a bred known champion in reserve class.
Really nice set of fall ewe lambs to go through and sort, and ewe lamb that really goes through and really excited me in the class is the one that we're going to start with today. Again, she's super cool in through her front end, and that she's really neatly laid into that shoulder, into that neck. She's really level and square down her top. She goes through and has a tremendous amount of sweep to her underbody. You go through and we find that she's really got some high arch to that rib. Tremendous amount of fullness in that rack shape, and at the same time, a beautiful set of feet and legs to go through and really make a perfect kind of sheep. Again, just really a nice ewe to go ahead and start the class. The ewe that goes through and is the most like her is the fawn-colored ewe that comes in second. Again, really a lot of neatness in through that shoulder. She's extended as far as her neck. She goes through and has some levelness and squareness out through that rump structure, and a tremendous amount of shape in through her rack. If I could change her, maybe I'd like to go and see a little more substance of bone like our class winner today, but boy, she's really built extremely well, and I think that she's really kind to the eyes, and when you go through and evaluate her in her structure and her conformation, I think she's just really a cool looking sheep to go through and handle and look at. The ewe that we've got in third, maybe a little heavier condition in comparison to the other four in our lineup out here, but there's some things that really work to her advantage. I mean, when you handle the sheep, you're not disappointed when you handle her down her top or in through her inner thigh. She's got a real deep twist in this sheep, and at the same time, she's got some stifle width a ton of bone and substance. I think she's practical, a sheep that'll go through and will flesh easy and at the same time raise you a nice set of twins or even triplets. I think this kind of ewe's just really got some usefulness, and I think really goes through and offers some great things. Again, but like I said, she's a little bit heavier conditioned in comparison to the other 5. We then end up having a little bigger, more extended ewe that's a little more driven in through her front ends in our 4th place. A sheep that goes through and has some smoothness through that shoulder. She's relatively straight in her top line. I'd like to see her a little fuller in her rack shape right there in the forerib, maybe a little squarer on her feet legs, primarily her hind legs, to go ahead and move up the line. But I really like her length of body. I like all that rib and guts. I think she's just really practical with an eye-appealing look as well. Then we go through in our 5th place, again, another real straight-made kind of female, just a little more refined in her overall bone work, not quite the depth of body that we see in some of those top ewes, but again, just a really good ewe. Congratulations.
Here in this Suffolk Ram Lamb class, 2 really good individuals that find their way to the top. The ram that we're going to start with just overpowers the ram in second with just power down his top. He's got a little nicer rack shape to him. He's wider in that rack. They both are extremely deep in that loin edge, which is kind of impressive. The class winner is just a bit square out through his hip structure, carries a little bit more muscling in that lower leg. Granted, our ram in second, he might be a tick longer spine, and I do appreciate that about him. His neck-shoulder junction doesn't come out quite as nicely. He's not quite as high-headed as our class winner. Doesn't have quite the spring of rib as our class winner. He fits in that second hole, but 2 very, very high-quality rams. The next ram in line, you kind of like the way he's put together down his top line. He starts at the shoulder and he's higher. He runs the right direction. He's got some look to him. I'd like to just correct him off them back legs to run with these 3 individuals ahead of him. He fits in that 3rd hole. The next ram in line looks like he's considerably younger out here. When you get to handle him down his top, he doesn't have the natural width of skeleton. I think time will come along with this guy. When you get him put into motion, he holds together as good as anything in the class. He just trots around the ring. He's got a lot of presence about him. He's one that I think as he matures, he's going to continue to get better, and he's going to keep that look that he's got. A nice kind of an individual. It's got a bright future. The next ram in line, you like the natural thickness he's got down his top. I'd like to correct him off his back legs, clean that front end up just a little bit. He's a little too bold. It takes away from his balance and his look. Fits in that 5th hole quite nicely. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
For the Suffolks, we're now ready to show for Slickshorn champion and reserve champion ram.
I think a really intriguing top 5 of March Southdown Rams. The sheep that I chose to start with is obviously not the biggest sheep of the drive, but I think he's the freshest in his condition. I think he's really, really good in the way he's built from the side. That sheep's so good through his chest floor, so good in his lines, and attractive out of his hip and hind leg. He's really heavy structured. And when you get your hands on him, he's a sheep that I think has more than enough loin edge, power out of his hip and width from behind. If anything, I'd like to open him up, maybe just a nickel there in his forerib, but man, other than that, I think that sheep's built extremely, extremely good. And in direct relation to the sheep behind him, he's one that I sure like his breed type quite a bit more. Ram that we have here in second is one that initially I sure thought I'd run with, a really wide skeleton, heavy structured sheep, a sheep that I think is really good when he gets out and goes. I'd just like to change him there at his loin edge a touch and change his ear, but other than that, I think that's an awfully, awfully good sheep. Really a wide constructed ram here in third, extremely powerful as he comes at you, a sheep that's really bold through his forerib and powerful out of his hip. Just like to neaten him up just a touch from the profile, but other than that, I think that's a sheep that has a unique piece of muscle. The ram we have next, another really muscular sheep, probably the biggest racked and loin to the drive, and really shapely when you get right behind him. He's just a little bit more round through his shoulder, but a sheep that I sure like his muscularity. And then the ram we're going to round the top 5 out with is one that's really good from the side in terms of his correctness of lines and added length of body. Like to see that neck come out of the top of his shoulder just a notch more and see him with more power out of his upper hip.
In our Katahdin senior champion female drive, I think anybody from the sidelines could admit that all 4 of these females are really awesome. And I mean, when you go through and you look at the amount of power and substance, levelness, squareness, I think that you can find that all four of these females are really impressive. And you youngsters deserve a huge pat on the back for putting together some really nice females. And again, thank your folks for going through and dedicating themselves to go through and make some really nice sheep out here. I think that it's really a close decision. I mean, I've talked very highly on both of our class winners today as far as their levelness, squareness. I like their maternal traits. I like the way that they're put together as far as rib and body. And then again, substance of bone. And at the same time, I think look sometimes becomes more cosmetic, but at the same time, you feed them every day. You certainly want to go ahead and have something that's nice to look at. And so I think that all four of these out here definitely have a look that's very pleasing. With that, I'll go ahead and I'll reach out and congratulate our champion and our reserve champion. Thank you very much for bringing out a great set of senior champions. Thank you very much.
It's been a very impressive slick-shorn ram class or classes out here, and your champion drive really shows a lot of high quality out here. There's one out here that really excels the rest of the class, and he's pretty easily the champion ram. Gets a little tougher for me for reserve. There's a ram that I really like a lot, but I think he's got just a little bit too much fiber in his fleece for me. But your grand champion is going to come from the middle class, just a powerful individual, fault-free, lots of spring of rib, lots of muscle. He's correct on his feet and legs. He's athletic when he moves around the ring. This is what they're supposed to look like. For reserve, the other class winner back here from the younger class, it's got just a tick too much fiber. I do like that sheep, but for the breed standard, I'm going to go with the second place for your reserve champion. Congratulations.
For our Suffolk show, our slick-shorn champion ram goes to the ram from the early ram lamb class. Entry number 24, slack 10241, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve went to entry number 20, slack 10243, also Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready to move into fitted yearling ewes, early division. Placing on for the South Downs, the junior champion goes to we need Joey Slack and Rhett Thompson to the ring with fitted yearling ewes early. For the Katahdins, our senior champion came out of the fall ewe lamb class, entry number 34, Francis 6663, Allie and Brent Francis, Paris, Missouri. The reserve senior champion, entry 14 from the yearling ewe class, LY 144, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. For the South Downs, our junior champion ram went to entry number 33 out of the January Ram Lamb class, J. Lee Oldenburg, 2032. The reserve champion to entry number 71 from the March and later born Ram Lamb class, George Brothers, 22048, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The overall grand champion ram went to entry number 33, Oldenburg 2032, our junior champion ram, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. The reserve grand champion ram went to entry number 11 from our senior champion ram out of the late senior ram lambs, Canettle 2206, Brianne, Carson, and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. For the South Downs, they do have a bred and owned ram championship. Our overall grand champion was also the bred and owned grand champion, J. Lee Oldenburg, with Oldenburg 2032, number 33, in the catalog. The reserve grand champion was also the reserve grand champion bred and owned. Entry number 11, our senior champion out of the late senior Ram Lamb class, Canettle 2206, Brianne, Carson, and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois.
Here in the fitted yearling ewe class, we've got a class winner that wins it quite easily. She's got elegance to her. She's got balance. She's got depth of rib, spring of rib. You handle her down her top. She's a very wide-based individual. She's a wide-hipped ewe. Just your fault-free individual wins the class quite nicely. The ewe in second follows that type and kind. Doesn't really wow you, but the longer she's out here, she's just fault-free as well. She doesn't have quite the length of spine as our class winner does. I think she's got just a tick more fiber down her top. I'd like to clean that up. But a nice individual and sits in that second hole quite nicely. The big ewe in third, kind of the problem sheep. She's elegant up through her front 1/3. She's very long spined. She's got the look you like. But when you get her put into motion, she needs more flex off those back wheels. If she moved off her back legs a little bit better, she'd be able to move up. And I mean, that's going to affect her in longevity down the road, just in reproduction and being around. I'd like to change that about her, but a very nice female. The next ewe in line, a nice ewe as well. You like the Springer rib she's got. She's a long-spined ewe. She's a pretty-headed female. You get her put into motion, she really lowers her dock, just doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely. She roaches up. If she could move a little better, she'd be able to move up. The next ewe in line, a nice individual as well. Just like to have more of her. She's a little bit narrow-based. You get her tracking out here. She needs to just walk wider. Just need more of her to run with these individuals ahead of her. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the early fitted yearling ewe class for the Suffolk Show. First place, the entry 47, 5-star J 1031-21, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Second place to entry number 45, K Slack 2131, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to 43, Zach and Ty Schulerman, Everly, Iowa. 4 to entry 40, Savannah and Wyatt Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 54, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Sixth place to entry 51, Kelsey Patterson, Farmington, Illinois.
What a beautiful set of January ewe lambs to sort. And again, the depth ran extreme in this class, and you're to be commended on the quality that I had an opportunity to go through and sort. And there's a lot of little things that make a difference, but at the same time, I really like to see straight spines, super square feet. I like some ribs, some body, some muscle. And at the same time, the female that goes through and starts today, she's got that. She's probably one of the few heaviest boned ewes in the class that has a tremendous amount of spring of arch of rib. A female that's got a big old rack in her top and at the same time has some stifle, some muscle. Female that's very pleasing to go through and look at. The ewe that's in second, again, another really great profiling ewe that goes through, and is real neat in through her shoulders, level in her top line. She's very expressive, carries that muscling well down onto that lower third of that leg. A female that doesn't disappoint you when you go ahead and handle her. She's just dead level and really smooth. A female that shows a tremendous amount of growth potential. The ewe that I've got in third place, probably the lightest condition ewe in a show condition in this class. And so when we go through and we really evaluate her, I think she's going to have some great times down the line. She is really good in through her front end. She's extended, she's level, she's square. She doesn't have all the feel at this point as far as the width and the thickness and everything. I think she's going to go ahead and mature with having more and more of that. She has ample amount of bone and substance, definitely a lot of look to this sheep. I think she's very futuristic in her design and her kind. Again, congratulations and thank you for bringing me that ewe to go ahead and evaluate. Big white ewe then comes in next in fourth place. Really nice ewe that's got some mass and muscle and bone. Maybe not as smooth as some of the three that were ahead of her. She has a tendency to be a little bit choppier as far as her balance and her look. Female that goes through is not quite as level out through her top, breaks a little bit behind her shoulders, doesn't have quite the total strength down her top in comparison to those three ewes ahead of her. But I really like the way that she's driven in through her front end, that she's pretty long-bodied, and she has a tremendous amount of maternal look to her as well. Then we go through in fifth place, again, another real big, stout, heavy boned sheep to go through and come into that position. I think this really works to her huge advantage. She's got some boldness and robustness to her chest floor and out through her shoulder, carries it uniformly all the way through her rib and out through her hip. The female that really looks maternal in her makeup, I think she's going to go through and end up being a great brood ewe when it's all done and said. Then we finish out in sixth. I thought I wanted to go ahead and talk about her as well. I like her stoutness and her ruggedness to her. If I could change her, it'd be primarily in her hip, and I'd like to go ahead and level that out, see her a little bit stronger in through that forerib as far as rack shape. But she is stout, she's rugged, she's massive. I think she offers a tremendous amount of quality. Congratulations on a great set of ewe lambs.
For the Katahdin's January class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 54, BAO 451, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. Second place to 47, STUK 746, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. Third to entry 41, Mason Frecci, Ward, South Dakota. 4 to 42, Tyler Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. Fifth place to entry number 40, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Embody, Bluffton, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 53, Cody Aslin, Bowling Green, Missouri. 7 to 44, Alea and Skylar Strasser, Crawfordsville, Indiana. 8th place to 46, Guy Deal, China Grove, North Carolina. 9 to 49, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. And 10 to 50, Mason Frecci, Ward, South Dakota.
Here in the fitted late yearling U class, we've got two individuals here that are kind of peas in a pod when you stand back and look at them. They're very extended up through their front end. They're very good on their feet and legs. They're up on those toes, just correct put together. When you get your hands on them, this ewe that wins the class, she's got a lot more natural thickness. She's wider down that top, wider into that hip structure. That's where she excels our ewe in second. The ewe in second, I do like her front end just a tick better than our class winner. Doesn't have quite the length of spine, but when you get your hands on her, just does not have the natural thickness as our class winner, and she sits in that second hole because of that. You get about 40 pounds on this ewe, and she'd really change a lot when you get that handle on her. The next ewe in line, I really like this female. She's very fault-free. She's not the biggest ewe. I'd like to maybe extend her front end just a little bit. She gets a little deep in that chest floor. It takes away from the balance of her, but she's a very long individual. You handle her from that 13th rib back. I do appreciate that she's exhibiting a short fleece. Kind of what you see is what you get, but fits into that third hole. The next ewe, big, massive, powerful ewe. She's the heaviest in condition out here, and you can kind of see the negative effect it's taken on her pasterns. I'd like to see her raised up, maybe put a little bit more bone work underneath her for the body she's got, but a powerful, big top kind of a female, but she sits in that fourth place hole. The next ewe in line just doesn't have quite the elegance as these females ahead of her. Her neck comes out just a little bit too low, but a very thick-made female, a deep-ribbed ewe. You really got to appreciate that about her. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Suffolk class of late fitted yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 44, Sandage KF118, Zach and Ty Schulerman, Everly, Iowa. Second to entry 52, Hagemeyer 2111, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to entry 53, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 4 to entry 48, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. 5 to entry 50, Haley Dodge, Newton, Iowa. And 6 to entry number 46, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois.
I think a really nice top five in a Southdown Yearling U class. The sheep that I chose to start with I think is pretty unique in terms of how powerful she is in her forerib and her muscularity from behind. I think she's got a top five advantage in terms of length of body. And to couple this, she's a stout structured female that I think also has probably a top five advantage in terms of breed type as well. I think just an awfully nice place to start. ewe we've got here in second is one that I sure like her basic build. She's so powerful out of her upper hip, a ton of shape from behind. I like her stoutness of structure. And yet when you get to the side of her, I think she's sure attractive enough. I'd just like to darken her up a little bit in her points, but other than that, I think that's an awfully good female. One here in third is very similar in terms of the way she's built out of her upper hip and her muscularity from behind. She's probably a little bit trimmer conditioned than the ewe directly above her, and because of that, she lays in flatter at the point of her shoulder and is just a notch neater down through her chest floor. It's just when that one gets out and goes, she's just too tight out of the rear portion of her skeleton, but one that I think's basic build is awfully neat. The ewe we have next in line, extremely big-footed female, one that really runs uphill, and I sure like the way she is constructed out of her front end. For as heavy condition she has remained extremely clean through her front. I wish she had just a notch more shape down through the lower portions of her leg. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, really a massive female, extremely powerful in her build. She just wants to roll that hock just a touch.
Beautiful set of February ewe lambs from top to bottom. Maybe the toughest class all day with, again, extreme quality from end to end. The female that goes through and starts our class today is just one of those really refined, feminine kind of females that's super long-bodied. And the one thing that I think really works to her advantage is that total length of body, length of loin, length of hip, that she goes through and really offers. She's not being really cooperative right now, but as it turns out, you go through and can see that she's extremely feminine in through her front end. She's level in her top line, real square on those feet and legs. A female that goes through and really balances up extremely well. I think it is a tough decision. Second place, that's a darn good ewe lamb. That ewe lamb's got a ton of bone and substance. I really like the arch of rib to her. She overall shortens up just a little bit in comparison to the ewe that goes through and starts. I mean, if you wanted to go through and go with mass and muscle and rib and body, then she wins. I went with pretty, long, smooth, clean, and that was the difference today. I think, again, it's a flip-flop type of class that you could go through and go either directions. I think this ewe is going to go ahead and have some phenomenal days. I really like her stoutness. I like her ruggedness. I like her total big, wide hip on her. I think that's a huge amount. I think maternally, she's going to be a factor. You're going to really think that there's going to be some great things that are going to be happening in this particular ewe. I really like her a bunch. The ewe in third place, also another real powerful kind of sheep. When you go through and you handle her, you've got to appreciate the matter of muscle and mass and rib shape on that top third of her rib, and that cage is real wide and well sprung. If I could change her, I'd like to pull her neck out of her shoulder a bit, maybe make her a little more extended in through that front end. But a female that, again, is probably moderate in her overall frame-like, and she's very correct on her feet and legs. I think that's why she really makes it into that third hole, is that she's just so solid, even though that she's not one of those tall up-fronted kind. Again, really nice ewe there in third place. There in fourth place, again, a ewe that I went through and really could appreciate right from the early on. Here's a sheep that goes through, is extended through her front end. She has a lot of neck extension. She's dead level in her top line. She's real square on her feet and legs. Not as stout, not as muscular as those ewes ahead of her, but one that you certainly can appreciate for her side view profile, her levelness of her spine work, and the way that she lays into all those body parts. Just really a nice ewe there in number 4. Fifth place, you again, probably one of those more massive kind of ewes that has a tremendous amount of shape down her top, really expressive in through that loin and out through that rump structure. A female that, again, has some rib, has some body, has some substance, but she's just a little bit lower set in through her front end. A sheep that doesn't have quite the extension of neck or the look that we saw in some of those other females. Really nice set of females. Congratulations on a job well done.
Placing on the class of early yearling ewes for the South Downs. First place went to 82. KDK 2106, Kalen Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 94. Bowman 219, Lola. 8, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third to entry 150. Breanne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 85, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 5 to entry number 92, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 6 to 91, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. 7th place to 86, Oliver Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. 8th place to 90, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 9 to entry number 76, Wyatt Wiersbicki, Orick, Missouri. And 10 to 72, Jaylee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
So far today, this has been the deepest class and the highest quality females from top to bottom. These top four are really, really good females. The ewe we're going to start with, she just puts it all together. She's a very fault-free individual. Where she excels the next two in class is her femininity up through her front end and her length of hip. Those two things, she has that a lot better than the second and third place ewes. She's a very long-spined ewe. She has a lot of natural thickness, but that length of hip is where she excels the next two in class. The next two are carrying quite a bit more condition. You take that condition off, and I don't think they're quite as deep-ribbed in their natural state. The ewe in second, you love the power she's got down her top. I would like to see that hip structure just a tick longer. That tail set is right up there on the spine. It's almost ultra high for me, kind of takes away from her length of spine, but she sits in that second hole. The next ewe in line, she shortens up just in her top line compared to our two ewes ahead of her. She's carrying more condition. I think you take that condition off, and she would have a little bit more look to her, but she just doesn't have quite the length as our two in front of her. The next ewe in line, a very powerful female as well. You love it, her down her top line, but she just doesn't tie together quite as nice in that hip-loin juncture. But she's a powerful, big-rib female, and you really got to appreciate that about her. Rounding out the top five, a ewe that just shortens up with her length, both on her top line and her underline, to run with these four really powerful females ahead of her. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Suffolk Slick Shorn yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry number 56, Fair Family Farm 0093, Karen Fair, Shreve, Ohio. Second place to entry 63, Slack 9692, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to entry 62, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 4 to entry 66, Emily Bollinger, Reynolds, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 60, Matthew Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. 6th place to 61, Kaylee and Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana. 7 to 55, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 8 to 57, Addison Sheets, Perry, Oklahoma. 9 to 59, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois. And 10 to entry 58, Allie Boyd, Leetonia, Ohio.
I think a really interesting top five here for our second class of Southdown yearling ewes. The sheep that wins does so because I think she's the one that combines some femininity up through her front end with muscularity. She's a sheep that in direct relation to our second place female, I like down through her chest floor. I like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder more correctly, and I like her profile as well. And when you get up and handle that sheep, she's extremely big and bold over her rack. She's a sheep that's wide-loined and sure leaves you with plenty of dimension as well. Ewe that we have next in line is the one that hit me the hardest when we first came in. That sheep is so big and powerful out of her upper hip. She's so massive on the top side of her skeleton, and yet is so attractive out of her hip and hind leg. If we could just freshen her up a little bit and make her neck just a little bit trimmer, that sheep would be really, really hard to beat today. Ewe we have next in line, I really like for her squareness. I think that's a sheep that's extremely good in her chest floor in relation to her flank. one that I really like in her lines. Like to see her with a little bit more reach off the rear portion of her skeleton. To me, her hock is just a nickel straight. You we have next in line is probably the freshest of our top 5. I sure appreciate her muscle expression on the top side of her skeleton and from behind. And because of that added freshness, I think she's one that's extra attractive from the profile. Just like to change her breed type just a little bit. She's plenty light colored for me. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with. Really expressive female, especially out of her upper hip and down through the lower portions of her leg. She's a little bit slick-eared for me, and I'd like to stouten her up just a notch at her base.
Really nice set of ewe lambs to go through and sort in this late-born class. Ewe lamb that really goes through and puts together a tremendous profile is the female that I'm starting with today. Really extended in through her front end, level in her top line, really great out through her pin set. A female that stands really good on those set of feet and legs. She's plenty thick, plenty muscular for this age group. I think she's got a real bright future down the line. We look at our fawn-colored female next in line. Again, another real clean fronted kind of sheep that goes through and lays into that shoulder. Super neat. She's go through and real full in right through in that forerib and out through that dock. A female that's got a tremendous amount of body and substance and shape. I think she really fits into that second hole really nicely. Not quite as level out through that rump structure as the ewe that goes through and starts. And I think that's the big difference in these two. Then we have another light-colored ewe lamb that comes in third. Female that you have to appreciate the amount of natural thickness, muscling, the fullness out through that rump structure. She's just not as tight in her skeletal development. She's a little easier in through her top. I think, again, a female that's go ahead and will pull together a little bit more with a little more age. I think she's really a nice female that goes through and fits in that third position extremely well. Then we have a young man next in line that's got a real nice white ewe lamb that goes through and has some muscle and some bone and substance. Actually appears to be not as thick as she really is. When you go through and you handle this ewe lamb, she has a tremendous amount of natural thickness. You go through and you find that she's got a nice full rack. She goes through and carries that out really well out through that rump structure. Not quite as nicely balanced as those top 3, but a really good set of that goes through and fits into that number 4 position really nice. Then we have the bandit marked sheep next in line in 5th hole, really extended as far as front end and elevation. I really like that she's a tall fronted female. She's pretty straight made. She happens to be a little bit lighter muscled and compared to the other ewe lambs up ahead. I think she's going to also be one of those that has a tremendous amount of good times down the line. I think she's going to continue to grow and end up being one of those big ones. We finish out with a ewe lamb by the name of Tulip. And this particular female happens to go through and have a ton of mass. She's really massive in through her shoulder, right over the top of her. She's really thick and wide. A female that really goes through and struts at her stuff when you put her out on a walk. She's just a real easy, soft handling sheep that'll go through and function extremely well. So again, congratulations.
Placing on the Southdown Intermediate Yearling U class, first place in that class goes to entry 118, George Brothers 21043, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to entry 110, KDK 2214, Kalen Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 103, Brianna Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. 4 to 111, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 5 to entry 117, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. 6th place to entry number 121, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. 7th place to entry 100, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. 8 to 102, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 9 to 115, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 10 to 116, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Placing on the class of March Katahdin ewe lambs, First place to entry number 74, FRA 7410, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. Second to entry 67, BAO 458, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. Third place to entry 73, Lily Fritchie, Ward, South Dakota. 4 to entry 69, Emerson Bryant, Fredericktown, Ohio. 5 to entry 75, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. 6th place to 55, Brackney and Trip Fulford, Crawfordsville, Indiana. 8th place to entry 66, Dakota Robbins, West Point, Tennessee. 9 to entry 71, Tyler Rodman, Marshfield, Missouri. And 10 to entry 68, Margaret Deal, China Grove, North Carolina.
Here in the Slickshorn Yearling U class, this ewe that wins the class, you really appreciate how fault-free she is. She's cool up through that front end. When you handle her down her top, she's got a massive rack in her. She gets wider into a loin, wider into a hip. When you handle her on her rib cage, she's in the ideal condition. And that's what gives her that more femininity up through her front end. Packing a lot of pounds on these yearling ewes doesn't, it takes away from their look. And this ewe still has that look up through her front 1/3. The ewe in second, that's kind of what her problem is. She's got a lot of condition on her, and it takes away from her femininity. But she's a massive ewe down her top. You love the spring of ribs she's got. She follows the type and kind as our class winner, just doesn't have quite the look. She fits in that second place hole. The next ewe in line, a big, massive kind of a female, really deep in that rib cage. You like that. You love the length of spine she's got. I'd like to just get her up on her toes just a little bit more to run with these 3 in front of her, but 3 really good females to start the class out with. The next 2 ewes in line don't have quite the condition on them. They're on the other side. They're on the lean side. A little bit more weight would have dropped their rib cage just a little bit. I'd like to see just a little bit more bone under each one of these females to run with the individuals ahead of them, but very fault-free females as well. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
What a great set of junior lambs to go through and compete for our junior champions. And again, I go through and I look at the 6 that we have out here, and I think most anyone could go ahead and say is these are the straighter line, square-made sheep. They go through and seem to be fault-free. And again, makes me really proud to go through and see the quality and the depth of quality through the female show, especially going through and putting together structurally correct sheep that have a tremendous amount of levelness and squareness from one end to the other, yet at the same time look at the femininity and the female types of traits that you see in this young group of females. So again, congratulations. It's down to a couple, and I've gone through and I think I've made my decision where we're going to go. I just want to go ahead and thank each of you that have had lambs out here in this junior champion for an excellent show. I think it's been one that's run deep, a tremendous amount of quality. I think we've continued to get better. And again, at the same time, thank you very much for your hospitality. I'm going to go out and I'll name our champion and our reserve champion, junior champions.
For the Katahdins, our junior champion goes to first place January ewe lamb. Entry 54, BAO 451, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. The reserve junior champion goes to the first place out of the March and later born class. Entry 74, Francis 7410, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. Placing on the intermediate yearling ewe class for the South Downs, first place went to entry 118, George Brothers 21043, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place, To entry number 110, KDK 2214, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 103, Brianne Carson and Cole Knettel, Downs, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 111, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 5 to 117, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 121, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas. Seventh place to 100, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Eighth place to 102, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 9 to entry 115, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. And 10 to entry 116, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana.
Out here in our third class of Southdown yearling ewes, when I think about, for us, what a Southdown yearling ewe that's 3 months bred needs to look like, it's this sheep right here in first. That sheep is so good in her center body. She's so good in her chest in relation to that sweeping rib cage. She's a sheep that's extremely attractive out of her hip and hind leg. For a sheep that's as fresh as she is, she's so powerful on the top side of her skeleton. She's massive from behind, and she gets out and goes. If anything, I'd just like to stouten up her muzzle just a little bit. But other than that, when I think about what a bred Southdown yearling ewe needs to look like, that's the kind that really works for me. The sheep that we have here in second is a little bit fresher in their condition. She's a sheep that's extremely shapely on the top side of her skeleton and from behind. For me, this sheep gets second from the profile. She's one that her chest floor in relation to her flank I'd like to change just a little bit, but really expressive and muscular in her kind, extremely square built from behind. Who we have next in line is one that I really like the way she runs uphill, and from the side she's got a great turn to her lower leg. She's one I'd just like to stouten up at the ground a little bit, but still a sheep that I think has a pile of quality from the profile. Next in line's a really square-built female, really moderate in her kind, but really bold in her build as well. One that I sure like her skeletal width and base width as she goes away from me. I'd just like to see her neck come out of the top of her shoulder a notch more correctly, but still I think a really practical female. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with is extremely massive and powerful in her build. Once again, though, I'd just like to change the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder and maybe stouten her up at the ground just a notch.
Three very nice, high-quality fall ewe lambs out here in the Suffolk show. Our class winner, she does kind of overpower this class. Just the stoutness that this ewe has. She's a little bigger bone than our ewe in second. She's so straight down that top line. You love the depth of rib she's got. Just the way she's put together from front to rear, she kind of excels the class. Now, granted, I'll give the ewe in second. She is a tick longer spined, and I do appreciate that about her. But just doesn't have quite the width out through that hip structure as our class winner. Doesn't have quite the balance that our class winner has, but two extremely, extremely highly competitive females. The ewe in third just kind of runs out of gas just in overall with the skeleton and bone work, but a very structurally correct, eye-appealing ewe. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
We have a beautiful set of females, both our junior champions and our senior champion female drive. So we're going through and name our overall champion ewe. And again, when we go through and look at these females, they're extremely sound and very correct. Really nicely balanced sheep. They go through and have some levelness in their spine work. They're real square out through their rump structures, very maternal in their looks. And at the same time, the younger lambs go through and show a tremendous amount of potential down the line with some real extreme balance. So again, with that, I'll go ahead and again congratulate you youngsters with your champion and reserve champion, Katahdin ewe. Great set of females. Thank you very much for having me.
For the Katahdin, our grand champion U is our senior champion U. Entry number 34, Francis 6663, Allie and Brant Francis, Paris, Missouri. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion ram out of the January class of U lambs, BAO 451, Bailey Brown, Knoxville, Tennessee. Placing on the late yearling U class for the South Downs. First place went to entry 151, Knettle 21442, Brienne, Carson, and Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Second place to entry number 147, Hired Hand 1008, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. Third to entry number 148, Lincoln Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to entry number 144, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to 137, Brady Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. 6th place to 131, Harper Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 7 to 138, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 8 to 135, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 9 to 128, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. 10th place to entry 134, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Please take note, there is a rule in your book that says no belly wool. Belly wool must be removed. They will be inspecting at the gate. If you've got belly wool, they may ask you to remove it and get it fixed, or they may just totally excuse you from the class. Placing on the Slick Shorn yearling U class for the Suffolks. First place went to entry 76, Swingin' T Ranch 180, Autumn Dotson, Venetia, Oklahoma. Second to 75, PL Gage 2787, Kaylee and Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana. Third place to 72, Chloe Perlee, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 77, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to 78, Joshua Wilson. 6 to 71, Maddie Horchler, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. 7th place to 64, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 8 to Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. 9 to 68, Mark A. and Carissa A. Ridgman, Dosman, Wisconsin. And 10 to entry 70, Sage Christian, Morrison, Oklahoma.
High quality top 5 out here for our first class of fall ewe lambs. I think an interesting pair that soared up pretty quickly in my mind. The sheep that I chose to start with is too big for me. She's a sheep that I think needs to be just a notch more conservative. But with that being said, I think she's the biggest topped female. I think she's the one that's the most correct in her rack shape in her forerib. She's the one that's extremely powerful from behind, and she's one that from the profile, I sure like how she runs uphill. You that we have in second, I do think is more appropriate in her frame size. I like her breed type a little bit better as well. That's a sheep that I think is extremely complete in her basic build. Just like to make her a notch stronger right there at her loin edge, maybe give her a nickel more shape down through the lower portions of her leg, but I think that's a high quality female. Who we've got next in line is really massive and wide built. She's a sheep that's extremely wide chested and bold through her center body. With that though, she wants to run downhill just a little bit. She's a sheep that's maybe not as attractive from the profile as the three females above her, but one that I just like for her functionality and power. You next in line is really fresh in her condition. She's one that's really trimmed down through her chest floor and really elegant up through her front end. But she's one that as she goes away from me, I think she gets too played out down through the lower portions of her leg, and I just like to master her up in expression a little bit. And then you we have here in fifth is one that when she's just staying in there, I sure like her squareness and her power and muscularity. When she gets out and goes, though, she's just too tight off both ends.
Very nice set of senior ram lambs in our Shropshire show. The ram that goes through and starts, he's the big, stout, rugged buck that goes through and has a real nice color about his head and ear. Sheep that goes through and has a tremendous amount of levelness in his spine work, real wide and through his pin set, carries that uniformity of muscle clear down to the lower third of his leg, a sheep that's got some bone, some substance, some function. I think he really is nice buck to go through and start our class with. The ram that we have in second, again, another similar ram, a ram that's got some massiveness to his rack shape and his muscle shape, a ram that goes through and blends really smooth in through his shoulder, real long and level in his top line, has a nice outside pop to that stifle, stands on a nice big foot, a sheep that, again, is massive in his kind. If I could change him, I'd like to maybe change him a little bit in that one hawk has a tendency to go ahead and roll out just a little bit, but at the same time, I think his massiveness, his color goes through and brings him into that second position pretty nicely. The ram that really profiles really pretty is the ram that we have in second. Extremely long and level in his kind. It's really tubular in his shape and kind, and I think that also goes through and works to his disadvantage. And then he appears to be a little bit shallow, a little bit pinched. I'd like to see a little more guts in this sheep, see a little more substance so that he looks a little more massive in his kind for this particular age group. Then we go through and we look in our fourth place ram, a more of a moderate frame kind of buck that goes through and balances up really nicely. He's neat in through his shoulder. He's level in his top line. Not as massive as far as his muscle and his kind. Maybe a little shallower in that forerib in comparison to the bucks ahead of him. Not quite as much overall total muscle and mass and levelness that we see in the rams ahead. Another really good buck, again, a class of 5 that's real solid. We go through and find that he's extremely square on those feet and legs. Doesn't have the overall body length or size or muscle, but that's why he ends up going here in 5th place. Nice set of rams, top to bottom. Congratulations.
Here in the Slick Shore and Fall ewe lamb class, ewe lamb that wins it quite nicely. She's elegant up through that front end. She's long topped. She's deep ribbed. She has that balance. She has look. Very fault free when you get her put into motion. She's very correct on those feet and legs. Just a pretty easy class winner. A really, really super kind of a female. The next ewe in line, I like the look she's got. She is carrying a little too much condition for me. It really takes away from her femininity. If you peel that fat off of her, she'd look a lot better up through her front 1/3. Makes her look just a little bit stale. I do appreciate the big square hip that this female has. The next ewe in line doesn't have quite the depth of rib and spring of rib. When you handle her down her top, she's very long from that 13th rib back. I really appreciate that about her. I just like to see more rib cage, more barrel to her to run with these two females ahead of her. The next ewe in line, a really long-bodied female. When she gets out here and gets to bracing a little bit, she gets to dropping at that hip loin juncture, takes away from her balance and her style and her eye appeal. Actually, she looks better when she's walking around the ring than she does when this young lady's got her stuck. The next few in line a little earlier maturing, kind of a sheep, a little shorter body, shorter in her lines, but structurally I'd like to see her just extend a little bit more, stand a little bit more feet and legs as well. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Shropshire class of senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 1, Flanders VIP 1156, Anna Mae Metzinger, Kirkland, Indiana. Second to entry 5, Sugar Ridge 2195, Oh Snap, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. Third to entry 2, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to entry 4, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. And 5 to entry 3, Allison Rolls, Kmart, Maryland. Placing on the Suffolk class of fitted senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 80, Whispering Hills, Suffolk, 2120, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 2 to entry number 82, 5-star JF 210121, Brett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Third to entry number 152, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Placing on the Slick Shorn Senior ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place to entry 94, Slack 10017, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry 85, Macaulay 5558, Sydney and Noah McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Third place to entry 97, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to 91, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 87, Sydney and Noah McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. 6th place to 88, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 7 to 84, Addison Sheets, Perry, Oklahoma. 8 to 92, Karen Fair, Shreve, Ohio. 9 to entry 95, Marissa Lovelace, Ellsbury, Missouri. And 10 to 90, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the early senior ewe lamb class for the South Downs, first to entry number 170, KDK 2158, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Second place to 161, Forsey E 21287, Brady Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Third to entry 169, Shelby Pollard, Brockton, Illinois. 4 to entry 172, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. 5 to 171, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 6th place to entry number 154, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 7th place to entry 173, Lewis Hick, Redbud, Illinois. 8th place to entry 155, Bowen Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 9 to 160, Joshua Reamer, Mequon, Wisconsin. And 10 to entry 158, Wyatt Where's Becky, Orwick, Missouri.
Here in your senior champion Suffolk fitted division, there's two that come to the top really quickly. They're big body, deep rib, correct on their feet and legs, really nice breed character. When it comes right down to it, one excels the other one in just a little bit of length of spine, but they're both big top, big hip, really correct females, and I'm going to go out and shake their hands for Grand Reserve. Congratulations.
Our fitted senior champion for the Suffolk Show goes to entry 47 out of the early class of fitted yearling ewes. 5-star J1031-21, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. The reserve champion for the fitted senior division goes to entry number 80 out of the fitted senior ewe lamb class. Whispering Hills, Suffolk's 2120, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. For the Suffolks, now ready to show for Slickshorn, senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
What a really nice set of ram lambs in this class. And again, clear on down to the end, I'll tell you, they're all built square, straight, really good as far as their feet and legs. Saw some interesting type of breed type. And again, I think those are things that we always like to bring to the table. I really like the lighter colored buck here to go ahead and start our class today. I really like that he's dead level in his top line. He's really tubular in the way that he's put together. I really like he's got a lot of top rack shape, ram that's really clean in through that lower third of his body cavity. And you put him out there on a move, he really is flexible. I like that. He's really deep flanked at the same time, just really cool fronted. A sheep that goes through and brings a lot of quality to the table, starting with his head and his spine work and again his function all the way through. The ram that goes through and comes in second, I really like, more of the traditional kind of a Shropshire sheep in that he's one of the bigger ones. And I think when you go through and look at maybe the tallest, most extended ram, he's that with a lot of stuff. And when I mean stuff, he starts right there at the bottom. We look at his foot size. He's got a tremendous amount of bone and substance. He carries that back up into a big old arm that's neatly laid into that shoulder, level in his top line. He's got a tremendous amount of stud capability as far as his look, his kind, his function that he really goes through and will work extremely well. He's got one foot that turns a little bit, doesn't walk quite as smooth as a ram that goes through and starts, but again, I think you get past some other smaller little things, and look at the big, you got to be really appreciative of this particular ram. I like the light colored ram that we have in third place. I like the shape of the ear on this sheep. Nice thin-eared sheep that goes through and has nice point to that ear. I like the color, I like the levelness, I like the squareness, ton of stoutness in a moderate frame. That's really what shops are supposed to all be about. When we go through and we look at how this ram is put together, he's rugged, he's stout, he's level, really good on those feet and legs, very pleasing eye appeal look, and at the same time, a tremendous amount of function. He fits into that third hole really well for me. I think he's got some really great days down the line. Keep him in this kind of condition, and I think you're going to be hanging some banners real easy. Then we go through and we have more of a weather style type sheep that comes in fourth place. I really like him a lot when you go through and you handle him. He's real fresh in his top and he's really muscular. He doesn't hold his skeletal dimension together as well. He has a tendency to go ahead and break a little bit in his top line, be a little more pinched in that forerib than some of the other rams. I'd like to see him travel around the ring a little bit more fluid to go ahead and move up past the top 3 bucks in our class. Then we have another really nice buck that goes through and ends up finishing up in 5th place. He's a little more moderate kind of ram that's got some levelness, some squareness out through that rump structure, real square on his feet and legs. Just like to pull him apart, see a little more extension in this sheep to go ahead and move up the line. But again, nice set of bucks all the way through. Congratulations.
Here in your senior champion, Slick Shorn, your female drive, there's 2 of them that really come to the top really quickly. They're extended up through their front ends. They're feminine. They're long spine. They got springer rib. They look like what a terminal meat sire female is supposed to look like. With that, your senior champion is going to be your fall ewe lamb, followed by your yearling ewe for reserve from the Class 1.
A nice set of late fall ewe lambs here on the Southdown side of things. The one that I chose to start with is the one that's so fresh and clean in her condition. She's a sheep that's extremely attractive from the profile. I love how wide-chested she is and bold in her forerib, and yet when you get right behind her, she's extremely square out of her hip, square from the hock to ground as well. I think just an awfully nice female to start with. You we have here in second, I really like from the profile. She's stout-featured. She's great in her lines. I like the way she runs uphill and her neatness from chest floor and in relation to her flank. I think she's extremely attractive in that regard. When she goes away, she just wants to taper some through her lower leg. I think she needs a shot more muscularity. You we have here in third obviously has the advantage in that area. Extremely powerfully muscled female, big-topped and thick-ended, a female that sure runs uphill as well. I'd just like to change her back through her flank. I'd like to make her more uniform in her body depth from forward to flank. Other than that, I think that's a pretty high-quality female. You we have here in fourth is one that initially I thought I could really run with. She's one that's great in her lines from the profile. She's one that's really attractive out of her hip and hind leg. You get your hands on her, though, she's probably the heaviest conditioned of the top 5, and because of that, she's one that maybe doesn't want to wedge quite as correctly as especially the class winner and the ewe directly ahead of her in terms of getting progressively wider out to her dock, but still one that is basic build I think is sure right. And then just a wide power female here to round out the class one. I'd just like to change her breed type some.
For our Suffolk show, our Slick Shorn senior champion ewe went to entry number Slick Shorn senior champion ewe went to entry 94 out of the Slick Shorn senior ewe lamb class, slack 1007. Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve senior champion went to our early class of yearling U class winner of Slick Shorns, entry 56, Fair Family Farm 0093, Karen Fair, Shreve, Ohio. Placing on the class placing on the class of late senior ewe lambs for the Southdown Show. First place goes to entry 189, George Brothers 22004, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to entry 191, Forsey, E21 344, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 185, Caden Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Third, though, went to entry 198, Tayson Stewart of Ansonia, Ohio. 5 to 199, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Sixth place to entry number 195, Kara Cashin, Murr, Michigan. 7 to 196, Carson Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Eighth place to entry 179, Leah Hutchhausen, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 9 to entry 176, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. And 10 to entry 183, Lewis Hick, Redbud, Illinois.
This is one neat one to win this class. As extreme and patterned and long-necked as what this female is, when you handle her down her top, she's got an amazing amount of thickness. She's super straight. She is wide in that loin, wide in that hip. She actually walks out on a lot of bone underneath her. She's got a big forearm in her. She's very correct when she's put into motion. She keeps herself very feminine. An easy class winner. When you can combine the elegance that she has with the natural thickness she has, just a fault-free girl like she is, she wins it quite easily. The next ewe in line, not quite the length of spine as our class winner, but she doesn't come out of her shoulder blades quite as nice. Her front end is a little coarser, just takes away from her eye appeal, but she fits into that second hole. the next ewe in line, a little coarser through her front. She roaches her loin, especially when you get her put onto motion. She fits in that 3rd place. In our 4th place ewe rounding out the class, this doesn't have quite the natural thickness down her top. She's not as wide hipped, just not as wide based all the way around. She fits in that 4th hole. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the January fitted ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first place goes to entry 98, K Slack 2208, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second to entry 99, Cousins Suffolks 8752-22019, Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to entry 102, Creed and KN Harker, Oxford, Iowa. And 4 to entry 100, Creed and KN Harker, Oxford, Iowa. Placing on the early junior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshires. First place went to 13, Slack 9195, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to entry 8, City Limits 22033, Swagger, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry 7, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to entry 10, Megan Raudabaugh, Danville, Ohio. 5 to entry 16, Riggin Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 6 to 14, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to 9, Chloe Stonecipher, Lewisberry, Pennsylvania. 8 to entry 6, Cora Bartram, Greentown, Indiana. 9 to entry 15, Lane Falk, Farmington, Missouri. 10 to entry 12, Brady Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. For the South Downs, our senior champion ewe goes to entry number 118 out of the intermediate yearling ewe class. George Brothers, 21043, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The reserve champion for the senior division was entry 151 from the late yearling ewe class. Knettle, 2142, Brianne Carson and Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. For the senior champion bred and owned and reserved, it was the same. The champion in the bred and owned division, entry 118, George Brothers, 21043, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And the reserve bred and owned for the senior division was entry 151, Knettle, 2142. Brienne Carson and Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois.
Very nice set of Shropshire bucks to go through and sort, and with the exception of probably a few, there is really a lot of them that had a tremendous amount of squareness. They got some rib, they got some body, some breed type about them, which again can go through and make it very pleasing to a judge to go through and sort. I think it's really interesting because when you go through and I look at the top couple bucks, they certainly have a place to fit into the breed, but they're in a different section of that breed. And I think that's the best part of what I like, is that you have an option. And those options are huge. And so that you have an opportunity to go ahead and raise the kind you like. And I can see that there's marketability in both sides of things. So if you wanted to go ahead and raise breeding type sheep, or if you want to go ahead and raise weather type sheep. And so I think that these two bucks kind of rise to the top. You can fit your program so that, again, you have marketability that goes through and works for each one of you. The buck that goes through and starts our class, I think, really is a handy buck. He goes through and it really balances up extremely well. He's neat in through his shoulders, dead level in his top line, big explosive rear end on this ram, a ram that stands on a great set of feet and legs, super flexibility in his joints, a sheep that really just works extremely well. I love his light color about him. I like the pointed ear on that sheep. And again, I think a sheep that goes through and looks like a hamp, goes through and again, works in that kind of situation, or not a hamp, excuse me, a Shrop. Sorry, a little slip there. But as it turns out, we go through and we find that as far as the Shropshire look, you know, we really like that lighter color. We like that shape of that ear. And again, a female or a ram that goes through and has a tremendous amount of look to him. The ram we have in second, he is by far the more massive ram that stands on more bone and substance. He's a little taller. He's a little bit longer. He's a more extended, more traditional type of sheep. We really like the way that he's put together through his front end. He's really neat in through that shoulder, long and level in his top line. He's more moderate in his expressiveness, which we would expect out of a traditional kind of sheep. But at the same time, you look at production, you can see that he's got gainability. I think, again, sheep that go through and have plenty of terminal sire type of possibilities in this buck, where he goes through and really gives you some nice straight-made, fast-growing kind of lambs. Then we go through in third place, maybe, again, one of the more extended rams in the class. I really like the way he's put together through his shoulder. He's long and level in his top line. A sheep that stands extremely well on those feet and legs. I would like to go ahead and see a little more testicular development in this ram, a little bit different shape to his scrotal shape. Ram that, again, I think you go through and you've got to like him as far as his extension and his length of body. I think that's where I'd like to change him as far as, you know, on that other side of things. Then we go through and we look at, again, the ram that ended up in fourth place, massive. Happens to go in and have tremendous amount of growability, where, again, you're going to see in the bigger frame kind of sheep, you're going to see that growability. You see that final go in them. And I think that, again, the massiveness and the rib and the body and the substance that this sheep offers a tremendous amount to the farm flock growers, and at the same time, someone just wanted to go ahead and take something to terminal market. He's got a great look. He's level, he's smooth, he's clean, he's got massiveness. He's masculine about his head. You got to just go ahead and like those kind of things. He's not as smooth, not as pretty as some of the rams ahead of him. And I think that's where, again, you can really like that about him as well. Another real nice terminal made kind of sheep next in 5. This particular sheep has really got some nice extension through his front end. He overall shortens up in his total body length in comparison to the 4 rams that were ahead of him. But you got to like the breed type about him. You got to like the structure in this sheep. He travels around the ring extremely well. A nice set of bucks. Congratulations to each one of you.
These top three, I wish I could put these together and make one individual out of the three of them. But we're going to start with a ewe that's the most complete, especially when you get her put her into motion. She holds together so much better. She's elegant up through her front. She's straight down her top. Could she be a little bit longer spined? Absolutely. Could she stand a little bit more bone? Yes. But she puts more good things together than anybody else in the class. The ewe in second, she's the one that's got the stout bone and the length of spine. However, when you get her put into motion, her neck comes out her front end. She can't keep herself looking nice and pretty when she's on the move. When she's standing still, she does look beautiful. But you get her put into motion, and she just needs to be a little bit more feminine to win this class. The next ewe in line, I like the tail set of this ewe. That's where she excels these two in front of her. But she just shortens up on the side profile to run with these two individuals ahead of her. She fits into that third hole. The next two ewes in line, both stout, powerful ewes that stand on feet and legs. You like the rib they got. You get them put into motion, they really roach their tops up. They don't have that nice feminine, pretty female look. They sit into that fourth and fifth hole quite nicely. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Suffolk class of fitted February ewe lambs, first place in that class goes to entry number 109, 5-star J2223, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Second to 108, Knutson, 2255, Kitty, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Third to 111, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. 4 to 113, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 5 to 450, Haley Dodge, Newton, Iowa. 6th place to 105, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry number 107, Creed and K.N. Harker, Oxford, Iowa. 8 to 106, Autumn Dotson, Venetia, Oklahoma. 9 to entry 114, Creed and K.N. Harker, Oxford, Iowa.
What a nice set of ram lambs to go through and sort. And again, when we go through and look at our drive here, we've got a nice set of rams. All 6 bucks are really good. Bucks that go through and have some structure and some balance, and at the same time some breed type about them. I really like the levelness that we have out here in our top lines in these sheep. I think that's really a nice set of bucks that, again, each of you could be really proud of. Today I'm going to go through and I find some sheep that have some length of body and some squareness on those feet and legs, and I really like hip structure and rumps on those sheep to be correct. I'll go out and I'll name both our champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of Shropshire later Junior ewe lambs, first place to entry number 23, Flanders VIP 2544, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second to entry 18, City Limits 22100, Epic, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry 19, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to 22, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to 26, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri. 6th place to 21, Kaylin Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 7th place to 27, Riggin Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. 8th place to 24, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. 9 to entry 29, Garrett Kennedy, Shirley, Indiana. And 10 to 20, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Champion Ram went to entry number 13 out of the early junior Ram Lamb class. Slack 9195, Jordan's Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Reserve champion went to the first place animal out of the later junior Ram Lamb class. Entry 23, Flanders VIP 2544, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Really nice class of ewe lambs here. The ewe lamb we're going to start with, she wins it quite easily. She's just super fault-free. When you handle her down her top, there's not very much wool on that top. What you see is what you get. She's got a big old wide hip in her, a high tail set. Where she excels the ewe in second is she's a little cleaner up through that front end. That shoulder, she's a little bit nicer up through that front end, a little more feminine. The ewe in second, I'll guarantee it, she is longer spine. She's not as true down her top line. She doesn't have quite the spring of rib as our class winner has. There's a little more wool on her, but she fits into that second hole, a nice big outline kind of a female. The next ewe in line, another ewe that's exhibiting a very short fleece, just doesn't have quite the width of skeleton. The mass down her top, she's a little staler in her handle than our first two. You do like the front end that she's got on her, but she fits into that third hole. The next ewe in line, kind of a little deeper fronted, doesn't have quite the femininity that I like to see in these ewe lambs. When you get her put into motion, she kind of tucks herself up underneath her as well. Same thing with our fifth place ewe lamb. When she's standing still, that's her best trait. You get her put into motion and she roaches her top, gets those legs tucked up underneath her. She needs to move a little freer to move up into this class. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the fitted March and later born ewe lambs for the Suffolk shows. First place goes to entry 122, Ruby Mountain 2238, Jillian Hill, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to entry 121, Knutson 22107, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. Third to 126, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 4 to entry number 125, Haley Dodge, Newton, Iowa. 6th place to entry 119, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 124, Savannah and Wyatt Bailey, Casco, Wisconsin.
kind of a little more difficult set to sort through. As excited as I could get about the body type of the top 3 sheep, it's kind of equally as disappointing when you start looking at their breed type. I think it's a little bit tough to sort through these 3, and the one I chose to start with I think does excel in that area compared to the 2 behind her. She's the one that I think is the most correct in her color. I think she's the one that has the most correct ear shape as well. That ewe lamb is the way she's built. She's so expressive up top. She's really powerful from behind. She's one that really gets out and goes and really is flexible off both ends of her skeleton. I think she's just kind of a nice place to start. Who we've got here in second is so long-bodied and so powerful out of her upper hip. She's a sheep that I love her dimension. I love the way she runs uphill. That one's just way too light for me, but other than that, I think an awfully good sheep. Easily the heavy muscled ewe of the drive is right here in third. Extremely massive when you get behind her and on the top side of her skeleton. She's really rugged in her bone work as well. Just like to strengthen her up right there at her loin edge just a little bit, and really like to change that one's color quite a bit. The ewe we've got next in line is one that I really like from the profile. She's really long-bodied. I like her depth from forerib to flank as well. It's just when she gets out and goes and you get right behind her down through the lower portions of her leg, I just like to open her up just a notch. Really heavy-muscled, fresh-handling, shapely sheep here in fifth. One that I really like, the power and muscularity, way too dark for me. And then the sheep that we're going to round the top 5 out with, I just think a really nice one. I like the way she's built through her shoulder. I like her correctness of lines. Comparatively in this group, she just still gets a little bit plainer in her muscle shape, especially from right behind.
Here in Suffolk Junior Fitted ewe lamb drive, there's 2 that come to the top really quickly. I mean, they're elegant up through their front. They've got bone underneath them. They've got length of spine. When you handle them, they're thick. They continue to get wider out in the hip structure. You get them put into motion, they hold themselves together quite nicely. One's just a tick heavier bone than the other one, but they're kind of peas in a pod. I'll go out and shake the Grand in reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
The junior champion in the fitted division for the Suffolk Show goes to entry number 98, K-Slack 2208, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The reserve junior champion in the fitted division goes to our class winner from the March and later born ewe lamb class, entry 122, Ruby Mountain 2238, Jillian Hill, Spring Creek, Nevada. Now ready for Slick Shorn January ewe lambs. Slick Shorn January early ewe lambs for the Suffolks.
Super nice set of Shropshire yearling ewes from top to bottom. Again, no bad ones whatsoever. And again, you'd expect that at a national show that you'd have a tremendous amount of depth and quality. And again, you have one guy judging today, and you go through and you can have him place them a different way tomorrow. So again, just one guy's opinion. I really like the ewe that goes through and starts her class. Beyond a doubt, she's got the biggest rack shape. She's got the best hip structure. She's the widest stifle, deepest tine, heaviest bone. She's acceptable in her breed type. I like her coloration extremely well. She's neat and tidy in through that lower third, and she probably walks out one of the nicest in the class. So again, you know, as far as more of a weather style sheep, yes, she is. But I think, again, she's just good enough that she should go ahead and deserve that blue ribbon today. She is really a nice sheep. The female that's in second's really driven in through her front end. She's really upstanding. Female that goes through and ties in extremely well in through that front end. She's long necked. She's smooth shouldered, dead level in her top line. Female that I really like her underpinning under her. I like her maternal sweep to her underline. She's nice and deep flanked. She's got a ton of bone. Very correct on those feeding legs. I like her color. I think, again, if there's a big difference, she's not as expressive in her muscle in comparison to the ewe that goes through and start. But again, going back to traditional type of sheep, she's the right kind. She really is, and I think it's a real close decision between the two that, again, depending on which way you want to go ahead and swing on placing in this class. Real nice yearling ewe in third place, maybe a little more refined in comparison to the two ewes ahead of her. But when you go through and look at her balance and eye appeal, she is really a smooth-bodied sheep, dead level in her top line, super square on those feet and legs, excellent breed type about her. She definitely is feminine. She's refined. She looks like what she should be. And again, I think I really like the way that she goes through and balances up and gives all that good look to that particular ewe. The next ewe in line, again, I think it was a close decision between 3 and 4. I think the biggest difference is that she doesn't have quite the overall stretch of body, not the length of body that her number 3 has. She doesn't have quite the fullness out through her tail head as we see in the ewe that happens to be in number 3. So again, it's a close decision because I like her bone. I like her substance. You know, she's a little bit darker, but I like the shape of the ear on this sheep. So again, there's a lot of give and takes that you've got to go through and make. And again, one decision, short little time frame that I have to go ahead and make that decision. And I think it's really close, and I think you can go ahead and flip-flop those pretty easy. Then we end up having a real stout, robust ewe that comes in next in number 5. I really like the function in this sheep in that she's going to be one of those that'll be an easier fleshing ewe. She happens to go in and stand on a big foot. She's really cool as far as the way she's put together and that she balances up really nice. She's got some stoutness. I think she's going to be one that'll be really durable in the long term of things because, again, she's got some guts. She's got some power. She's got a lot of stoutness in her that'll go through and really make her a very functional piece in your breeding program. Excellent set of ewes on the other side. Some are a little bit more extended, a little higher flanked. Some didn't have quite the tail head development as far as squareness out through that rump structure. Really nice set of ewes. Congratulations all the way through.
For the South Downs in the early January ewe lamb class, results are first place to entry 226, Burns Stock Farm 1860, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. Second place to entry number 251, Leininger 2012, Juju, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 3 to entry number 240, Isaac Thomas, Jacob, Bella, and Caroline Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to 213, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. 5th place to entry number 231, Zeta Hofing, Coatesville, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 214, Brady Chase and Francis Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Seventh place to 210, Marie Claire DeRochers, Fort Valley, Virginia. Eighth place to entry 250, Drew Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana. 9 to entry 221, Beckmeyer brothers, Logan Tanner and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. And 10 to entry 218, Riley Grinstead, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place to entry 39, Rockin' K 2105, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Second place to entry number 50, Ebert 1552, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place to entry number 37, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to 33, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Fifth place to 41, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Sixth place to entry number 49, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 45, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 8 to 44, Leela Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 9 to entry number 30, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 10 to 32, Zachary Rife, Carmel, Indiana.
Here in this Slickshorn ewe lamb class, two very powerful individuals that are first and second. In my mind, they're slightly different. One is more elegant. One is a stouter, more compact one. We're going to use it. We're going to go with the most fault-free one, and the shorter, more compact one is going to be your class winner today. Now, granted, that is not normally my kind of sheep. I like them a little more extended, a little longer spined, but there's just no holes in this female. The ewe in second, when these young ladies get to bracing it, they get them back legs set maybe just a tick too far back, and she'll break right behind her hip-loin juncture. That's the one flaw. She's a lot more my kind of sheep. She does handle just a tick longer from the 13th rib back, but the soundness, the fault-free design of this class winner, she wins the class. First and second, two extremely powerful females. If somebody was going to start a slick program, these would be two that would make a world of difference from now until the end of their life and production. The next ewe in line doesn't have quite the power down her top line. She's not quite as straight. She doesn't have quite the length from flank to flank. She is fairly fault-free when you get her put into motion. I'd like to stretch her out, but she's got the depth of rib. She's got the same type and kind as our first and second place. She fits in that third hole. The next two ewe lambs, you really got to appreciate them down their top line. They're very straight. They're very flashy up through their front end. They just don't have quite the spring of rib as the three in front of them, but very correct. The one thing that separates them is one's just a tick heavier bone than the other one, but very, very nice individuals. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Slick Shorn early January ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry number 137, Slack 10196, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 134, Fair Family Farm 0102, Karen Fair, Shreve, Ohio. Third place to entry 141, Matthew Weigard, Evansville, Illinois. 4 to 140, Chloe Perlee, Kirkland, Indiana. 5 to 129, Michaela Gruel, Ridgeway, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 142, Clayton Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. Seventh place to 131, Ella Koch, Winfield, Missouri. 8 to entry number 155, Brady Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana. 9 to entry 136, Emily Young, Ellsbury, Missouri. And 10 to entry 135, Mackenzie Hornbostel, Hoyleton, Illinois.
I think we have a ewe lamb out here that wins pretty handily in my mind. That one hit me pretty hard from the start. I think she's so powerful up top and from behind. She's a sheep that from the profile, you really got to like how neat and clean she is down through her chest floor. She's got the right kind of rib cage. Sure like her breed type as well. I think just an awfully logical place to start. Ewe we've got here in second, extremely powerfully built, really stout structured, big hipped female. One that when you get your hands on her is probably as expressive and fresh as any in the drive. Just like to change her ear shape and color just a touch, but still a female that I really like her breed type, or her body type. Who we have next in line is one that I really like her stoutness of structure, her skeletal width. She's a female that when you get right behind her, sure got plenty of width up through her upper hip. She's one that's getting a little bit in at her knee up front, and she's one that I'd like to see it just a notch higher in the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder. Who we have next in line really wants to run uphill, a female that's sure expressive enough on the top side of her skeleton. Out here, she's one to squat just a little bit, and so it's throwing off her balance from the side, making her underline look just a touch off, but still a female. I sure like her basic build and ruggedness of structure. A really neat profiling female here in 5, one that I like her correctness of lines, her hip and hind leg, her foot and size, but when you get right on top of this, she's probably the plainest muscled sheep of the top 5, and when you get right behind her, she's sure the highest twisted and flattest down through the lower portions of her leg.
Very nice set of yearling ewes again in our Class 2 yearling ewes to go through and sort. And female that really balances extremely well is the ewe that we go through and start with. She's an eye catcher for me at the beginning when I look at structure, levelness, smoothness, balance. She's feminine. I like her color about her. I think she just went through and put a lot of things together that make her extremely functional in many different ways. Again, just really a nice ewe to go ahead and start our yearling ewe class. The next ewe may be a little more powerful ended kind of sheep, a sheep that when you go through and get right behind her, she's really the wide stifled female. She's really the wide racked sheep. When I go through and really evaluate her, I wish she had a little bigger arm in her, a little more foot in her, a little more cannon circumference. Sheep that I go through and it's like she's deceiving that you would expect all this mass and muscle and shape, but then she's a little more refined. And then it's like, okay, I wish that she had a little more of that substance and that bone circumference to go through and add along with all that stuff. Female that I really like her head. I really like the ear shape on this. I like the thinness of that ear. Female that goes through and really does have a tremendous amount of power that goes through and drives her right into that second hole. The female in third, again, there's a ewe that's got more bone than the ewe in second. And we go through and we look at that, we say, yes, she is definitely the bigger footed. She's got maybe more body and rib and I will agree with you 100%. I'd like to change her out in her rump structure just a little bit. I'd like to take and flatten that hip out just a little bit, widen the pin set just a little bit, put a little more outside pop to that stifle, and I think she could go ahead and be super, super competitive. I really like that she's, again, lighter in her coloration about her head. I really can appreciate that. Like to shorten and thin the ear up a bunch, but again, I think those are things that, again, are little things, but I think that they're big things when you go through and are really marketing great breed stock. When we go through and we look at the ewe that we've got in 4th place, again, big extended fronted kind of sheep, real neat in through her shoulder, real clean in through that lower third of her body cavity as far as conditioning. She's really deep, but she's real clean over that forerib, level in her top line. I'd like to see her a little more explosive ended. I'd like to see a little more pin width in that female to go ahead and move up the line. Again, another female that I like, the sharp ear on that ewe, real thin ear that I think goes through and works to her advantage as well as breed type. We go through, and then the next ewe in line, probably a little more atypical of what you'd expect as far as a Schropp kind of ewe. I really like, again, breed type coloration in that head, a female that goes through and balances up just fine, but she's also shortens up in her overall appearance. She happens to be shorter bodied, shorter length of body, not quite the squareness out through her rump structure, and a little flatter in through her stifle in comparison to some of those ewes up ahead. But again, great set of ewes, really some good ewes over there as well. Congratulations on a great set of yearling ewes.
Extremely high class of quality ewe lambs here. The one we're going to start with, she just kind of puts it all together. She is pretty up through that front end. She walks out on a big set of feet and legs. She's long topped. She handles extremely wide all the way down that top, big old explosive hip. You get her put into motion, she really holds herself together nicely. That's where she excels the ewes in 2nd and 3rd. The ewes in 2nd and 3rd, they're very nice topped as well. But when you get them put into motion, I'd like that front end extended just a little bit more. They're a little bit lower, but you love the product that this ewe in 2nd has. When you handle her rack, it touches you right back. She's got a big loin in her. Just doesn't have quite the femininity as our ewe in 1st, but a really, really nice kind of a female. The ewe in 3rd, just kind of the same type and kind as our 2nd place ewe lamb, just a little smaller package. Handles very nice and fresh. You love the depth of rib she's got. She might be getting a tick bolder fronted than I care for a female, but she's very fault-free, and that's why she sits in that 3rd hole. The next ewe in line doesn't have quite the muscling down that top. She is longer top than our ewe that was in 3rd, but she just doesn't have what the other ewes have. She fits in that 4th hole, but a very nice kind of a female as well. Rounding out the top 5, a ewe that's really flashy and upstanding up through that front 1/3, and I really like that about her. She profiles about as good as anything. Just doesn't have quite that natural thickness as the girls in front of her. She sits in that 5th hole. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Southdown class of late January ewe lambs. 1st place to entry number 288, Oldenburg 2038, Kendall Payton, Sheridan, Indiana. 2nd to 277, Wallen 2215, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 3rd to entry 292, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 4 to entry 269, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 5 to 261, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. 6 to 275, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. 7th place to entry 268, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 8th place to 274, Addison True, Ochi, Tennessee. 9 to 273, Caleb Formo, Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. 10 to 279, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Placing on the Shropshire late class of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 54. City Limits Sheep Farm 2198, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry number 66, Flanders VIP 1104, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to entry 52, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 4 to entry 53, Abby Hughes, Greenfield, Indiana. 5 to entry number 71, Nicholas Rife, Carmel, Indiana. 6th place to entry 56, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 7th place to 51, Kalen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 8th place to entry 62, Vivian Stephenson, Baroque, Wisconsin. 9 to 68, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. And 10 to 61, Brianna Hubbard. Placing on the late class of January Slickshorn ewe lambs for the Suffolk show. First place goes to entry 149, Slack 10225, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 145, Slack 2418, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third to 147, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Fourth place to entry 144, Caitlin and Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. 5 to entry 154, Emily Bollinger, Reynolds, Pennsylvania. 6 to 148, Caitlin and Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. 7th place to 153, Matthew Wygard, Evansville, Illinois. 8th place to entry 128, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 9th place to 151, Karen Fair, Shreve, Ohio. And 10th place to entry number 152, Cooper O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut.
Real nice set of fall ewe lambs to sort in our Shropshire division. And as we go through it, and we found there wasn't a lot of numbers, but the quality definitely ran right to the tail end. And so these exhibitors deserve a lot of credit for bringing out some real sound, real good sheep that go through and add some great muscle and mass, and at the same time some levelness and squareness on those feet and legs as well. The female that goes through and brings the most good things to me is the ewe lamb that we're starting with on this end. The female that's really driven in through her front end. She's real tall at the shoulders. She's level in her top line. Real wide pin set, real wide stifle, great inner thigh muscling. I think, again, a sheep that goes through and brings out a great breed type about her. She's got a real nice short ear, real thin ear, like the coloration about that head. A female that goes through and just really is a high caliber kind of female. Definitely can go ahead and make some nice weathers out of this kind of female. The female that, again, is probably one of my favorites. I go through and look at this this female that's in second. She's just really driven through that front end. She's tall at the shoulders, dead level in her top. She's very smooth-bodied. You go through and look at how angular she is through her front end, extended in through that neck, dead level in her top line, real wide and level in through that hip structure. If I could change her, I'd like to go ahead and maybe have some more outside pop to that stifle. It's not in her genetic potential. I go through and I look at the kind she is. She has definitely got plenty of muscle and muscle shape to go ahead and make these more traditional kind of Shropshires. I love the coloration about this female. I like the head shape in her. I wish I could shorten maybe that ear just a notch, but at the same time, you really like all the other things that she really has to offer. That's being pretty nitpicky on my part. So again, real nice female in second place. Another nice ewe that happens to be in third place that's really powerful as far as muscle shape and rib shape. You really got to dig on all of that. You like, again, the levelness and flatness of her hip structure, really wide pin, real wide stifled. I'd like to go ahead and change her up in her bone work. I'd like to see it a little bit stouter, see a bigger forearm in this sheep, maybe a little bit more up on those toes to be a little more competitive. But again, I think that breed type is very acceptable. I think, again, she's got all that power that works into a breeding program to go ahead and be very successful that way. Then we go through and we find in fourth place, again, another really nice heavy muscled kind of sheep that goes through and comes in that number 4 position. Really massive as far as rack shape. We see the muscle and spread and expression through that loin and out through that hip structure. She's super dead level flat in that rump structure, wide pins in her. I'd like to go and see that she travels a little bit better, stands a little bit more correctly on those feet and legs. She has a tendency to roll just a little bit in her hocks to go ahead and move up the line, stretch her out in her overall body length to go through and come right up the line. Then in 5, here happens to be a little real traditional type of head in this Shropshire ewe lamb. She's super thin ear, pointed ear, like the coloration, like the shape of her head extremely well. She is a little more refined, maybe a little more extreme as far as not having more stretch to her, but it's a sheep that I really like, that she balances up extremely well. She's flat in her shoulder, level in her top line. We'd like to go ahead and correct her on those hind legs, see her a little bit stouter in her feature. Great set of ewe lambs. Congratulations. extremely nice set of females out here for our senior champion drive. And again, when I go through and have an opportunity to go through and re-look at them, I mean, you can see that they're really square-footed kind of sheep that are level in their spines. They balance up extremely well. And obviously you have different kinds that, again, you know, depending on your marketability, that you can go ahead and raise those kind. And it's kind of nice to go ahead and have options out there. And so as it turns out, when we go through and look at the ones that have the strength as far as each one of the differences, I think that it comes down to a couple. And I think that there's one of each kind that go through and will exemplify the quality of sheep that I really like, and at the same time that they're structurally straight and correct, and that they travel extremely well. And again, it's been a real pleasure working through the seniors. We'll go through and we'll look at the juniors here quickly, and then we'll go ahead and we'll name our supreme champ, or our senior champion female, here in just a second.
Really nice class of ewe lambs here. It's been the deepest class that I've judged today. These top 5, they're all really, really good females. There's slight differences in them. The one we're going to start the class with, she overpowers everything else, just on raw power down that top line, into a big explosive hip, carries a lot of muscling in that lower leg. When you get her put into motion, she holds herself together in a real cocky presence about her, just really kind of separates herself. The ewe in second, the young lady does a nice job showing her, but this ewe lamb looks better when she's walking on the move. Where she does excel, the class winner, is in length of hip. This ewe lamb is a very, very long-hipped female. She carries a lot of muscling down that lower leg. She is carrying a little more condition than our class winner, and it really takes away from her femininity up through her front end. But two very, very good, powerful females. The next ewe in line, she looks like she follows the type and kind of our class winner, but she's a little shorter in that hip structure. You get her put into motion. She doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely as the ones in first and second. She fits into that third hole. The next ewe in line, a really nice kind of a female. If I could change her, I'd like to extend her up through, raise her shoulder up just a little bit, just to give her a little more look, but a very powerful, massive kind of a female. Just needs a little more pretty, and she'd be able to move right up. The other ewe lamb in the class, kind of a raw power kind of a female. She's a little bolder fronted than I like. It takes away from that femininity, but she's just raw power. Nothing really wrong with her, just doesn't have quite the look and the fancy femininity as the individuals ahead of her. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
placing on the February class of Slickshore Suffolk. First place goes to entry 175, Slack 10206 ST, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry 163, Russell Sheep Company 02040, Caitlin and Claire Ford, West Lafayette, Indiana. Third to 161, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to entry 176, Autumn Dotson, Venetia, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 173, Dustin McLaughlin, Craig, Colorado. 6th place to 165, Hannah Warnicki, Columbus Grove, Ohio. 7th place to 164, Hannah Warnicki. 8 to 159, Allie Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 9 to entry 171, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. And 10 to 156, Kaylee and Clint Verhage, Plymouth, Indiana.
kind of a interesting class of February ewe lambs. I've tried to buy this sheep twice in the ring so far, and she's told me no both times. That kind of a Southdown is so hard to build in terms of the way she's constructed up through her front end, her forerib or rib cage, her hip and hind leg. That sheep is so good in her muscular shape up top and from behind, but still really maternal and feminine in her look. She's probably too small for some guys, but I think as a breed we've got more than enough problems to worry about rather than frame. And that sheep, I think, is built so good. If somebody asked you to draw a picture of what a good one looks like, I think it's that one. I think she's pretty special. Sheep next in line is really expressive on the top side of his skeleton. That ewe lamb is so unique in her rack shape and her power up high, and yet still how slim and elegant she is in the way her neck ties into the top of her shoulder, really bold out of her hip and from behind as well. Her breastplate wants to stick out just a little bit in relation to our class winner, but still I think an awfully high quality ewe. Next one's more of a breeding type sheep. Of the top three, that female is obviously the one that's the largest outlined, extremely heavy structured, really powerfully built as well. Not quite as expressive in her muscle pattern as the two sheep above her, but one I really like her basic build, and one that I think is just going to make a heck of a stud ewe. Next in line, we've got a ewe that's really rugged in her feature. A ewe that I really like her added bone work as well. When you compare her to the three females directly above her, she maybe doesn't wedge quite as hard in terms of how neat and clean she is through her shoulder in relation to her hip, but still I think a really high quality female. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with from the profile, one you sure got to like her lines, her flatness of shoulder and correctness of underline, one that I really like out of her hip and hind leg. Just wish she had a shot more expression from behind.
What a very nice set of ewe lambs to go through and sort. And the really highly balanced sheep that starts our class is just really a picture-perfect kind of sheep. She goes through and has a lot of smoothness and angularity. She's level, she's square. Her body parts pull into their spots exactly the way that they're supposed to. Real wide hip kind of female, perfect set of feet and legs, great breed type, pretty easy choice in my decision making that she goes through and wins. I know that again, the ewe that in second, some people really like the 2B really extended ones, and again, I can be fine with that. But as it turns out, as an older guy, I go through and I had those, and they take a little more feed to keep them around, and so I've become a lot more practical in that, and so I want to go ahead and I like body, rib, guts. I think again, stuff that you can relate to, real production-oriented kind of things, and that's where she gives up some of those things. But when I look at her, you go through and you say, my gosh, look at how neat she is through her shoulder. Look at how she brings that neck into her shoulder. Look at how level she is. Look at how futuristic she is. That's why she finds herself in second place. She happens to be green. She happens to go ahead and be clean. She happens to go ahead and be one of those machines that happen to go through and look like she's going to continue to go ahead and grow on. And you got to like her levelness, her squareness, her correctness to go ahead and add into that picture. Female that we've got in third place, powerhouse female. Actually, there's a grouping of 4 of them that when you go through and you look at the power and the mass and the muscle that each of those females have, you've got to go ahead and be impressed, and you're going to go ahead and be appreciative of each one of those. The female that we've got in third place, she shortens up in comparison to the 2 ewes ahead of them. Yes, she's flat, she's square, she's relatively correct. I'd like to go ahead and see her a little bit straighter in her top line. I'd like to go ahead and maybe pull her out apart to go ahead and make that her a little bit longer bodied. But she measures extremely well from that last rib back, and that puts her again right here in our third hole in that position. I then moved up our lamb that I went through initially, kicked in to go ahead and make 5th. That was my mistake, and again, it was like, whoops, I think I pulled the wrong one in, and as it turns out, I really like this young lady's ewe lamb a bunch. She's really driven in through her front end. So you can see her driving uphill, goes through and is really good on those feet and legs, real level in her top line, real expressive on the outside portion of that stifle. I really like that she's really easy in through that lower body cavity. I really like that she's got some deep depth to her rear flank as well. Real good breed type and color about that head as well. Then the female that I did go through and put in 5th place, she's a little bit lower fronted, and that's why, again, I kind of almost got confused with the paisley prints here in our shirts. And when we went through and we look at her, she's a little bit lower fronted, not quite as full and square out through that rump structure, not quite as straight on those front feet and legs. And that's why, again, she goes through and goes into number 5. The female that's in number 6, she deserves to be in this line. I mean, she happens to be really massive in her rack shape, real level through that rump structure, wide through that pin set, just a little more wicked on those legs in comparison to some of those ewes that are on this top end. Again, nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Here in the Silkshorn Suffolk ewe lamb class, the class winner here, she's really nice. She's really nicely balanced. She's feminine up through her front. She's deep in her rib cage, straight in her lines. Really impressive about her is her feet and legs. Just really, really correct on those. And when she gets out on the move, she prances right around like she wants to be here. That's where she really excels. The ewe in second, just the feet and legs, the cool front. The ewe in second, she is the pounds heavier female. She is a little thicker down that skeleton, out into that hip structure. She's a little bolder up through that front, but she doesn't have quite the bone work. But she follows the type and kind as our class winner. The ewes in second and third and fourth, they're both a little bit shorter in their length of body, length of spine as our 2 class winners. When you get right down to it, when you handle them from the 13th rib back, the one in third, she's just a tick longer than our 4th place ewe lamb. The 4th place ewe lamb could be more extended up through her front end, but very, very solid, fault-free kind of individuals. The big frame ewe rounding out the class, I really appreciate the femininity that she's got up through her front end, the correct feet and legs she's got on her. Just doesn't have enough outer and inner leg to run with the ones ahead of her, but a very structurally fault-free kind of a female. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placings on the early February ewe lamb class for the South Downs. First place goes to entry 309, growth KY 75112208. Madeline, Caroline, Silas, and Ann Grace Growth, Lexington, Kentucky. Second to entry number 302, Beckmeyer Brothers 2210. Beckmeyer Brothers, Logan Tanner and Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. Third place to entry 336, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to 306, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 330, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 6 to 339, Carson Knettel, Downs, Illinois. 8 to entry 311, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. 9 to 313, Jasper, Ireland, and Finn Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. And 10 to entry 315, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn March ULAM class for the Suffolk Show. First place to entry number 183, Slack 10293, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry 193, Slack 100288, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to entry number 180, Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 4 to 184, Autumn Dotson, Benicia, Oklahoma. 5 to 186, Ty, Zach, Adeline, and Maggie Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. Sixth place to 190, Kaylee Gray, Vallant, Oklahoma. 7 to entry number 179, Kaylee and Clint Verhege, Plymouth, Indiana. 8th place to entry 187, Maddie Horchler, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. 9 to 178, Kaylee and Clint Verhege, Plymouth, Indiana. And 10 to 182, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana.
This Slickshorn Junior Champion Drive, it's been a very impressive show. There's been a lot of classes where they've run deep all the way past the top 5. Just showing off the cream of the crop here, it's super, super impressive. These are 8 great females out here. With that, there's 2 of them that really kind of come to the top for me. They still have some femininity to them, some elegance to them, but they're thick and they're stout, and they can travel around. With that, I'll go out and shake the hand of the Grand Reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Junior champion for the Slickshorn division of the Suffolk Show goes to entry number 149 from the late January ULAM class, Slack 10225, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve goes to the first place in the early February ULAM class, entry 175, Slack 10206 ST, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana.
Extremely nice set of Shropshire ewe lambs to go through and sort. And as we go through, and I find myself another handy winner, female that goes through and really balances up extremely well. She's dead straight down her top line, really cool in through her underline, very good on those feet and legs. Great breed type. She's not one that likes to really show a whole lot, so she's got to kind of like get settled in, and then she really goes through and poses. You can see that she's really green in her condition. I think she's got a great future down the line. She just balances up so cool and so nice that, again, it's pretty hard to go ahead and deny a traditional type of sheep like this. It's going to continue to get even better and better. We go through and we find the female that we have in second place, really driven in through her front end. I really like that she's really cool in that shoulder, really flat, real long and level in her top line. Got a tremendous amount of width in that pin set, flat in her rump structure. If I go through and get her to go ahead and be a tad better, it'd be on the walk. I'd like her to see a little bit longer strided to go ahead and come along that way, but I like her for a lot of reasons. I like the underside of this sheep. She's really cool as far as the amount of condition that she has, very youthful appearing. I really like the breed type about her as well. Really nice, pretty female that's in third place. And again, we go through and look at sheep that happen to go ahead and be running uphill in there, and she's one of those. And so when we look at her, she's really smooth in through that shoulder. Her neck fits into her shoulder just right. She's long, she's level, she's got a nice arch and spring to that rib. She's flat in that rump structure, and at the same time real correct on her feet and legs. She shortens up in her overall body length. And I think in comparison to a couple of the sheep ahead of her, she's a little shorter, a little squarer rather than more rectangular in her overall look. And so you go through and you find little things that go through and make a difference. I sure like sheep that are really super long-bodied, especially from that last rib back. Then we have a real powerfully made female that's in our fourth position. You really like her top shape. She happens to be flat as a table. She's really good as far as that width of loin, width out through her hip structure. She has no holes in her top line. I think the biggest thing with her is, again, she's a bit down-fronted. And so if I could get her to go ahead and be jack-fronted, where she's really tall at the point of the shoulders, slope on out, I think she'd have a great side view profile that would really go through and give her a little more of a look. Then we go through and we find in our fifth place female, she is kind of that. She goes through and she kind of runs uphill. She's extended in through her neck. She's really good on her feet and legs. We'd like to go ahead and just kind of pull her apart in her overall body length to go through and compete with some of the females up the line. But again, 5 really good ones. Congratulations.
Here in your champion-fitted Suffolk U-Drive, 4 great individuals out here. The lambs, they're feminine, they're extended, they're long, they're straight. The yearlings are stout, they're big ribbed, they're robust. This is what the young girls turn into. These two the junior and senior champions, both of them are just great Suffolk females. With that, I'm going to go out there and shake the hand of your grand and reserve. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Grand champion fitted ewe for the Suffolk show goes to our senior champion, entry 47, 5-star J 1031-21, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion fitted, entry 98, K. Slack 2208, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Shropshires First place goes to entry number 82, City Limits 22003, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to entry 87, City Limits 22006, Jaden and Drake Slutz. Third to entry 89, Luke Rodebaugh, Danville, Ohio. 4 to entry number 97, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. 5 to 94, Addie Laney and Lexi Pop, Sharon, Wisconsin. 6 to 85, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 7th place to 90, River Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. 8th place to 80, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 9 to 81, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. And 10th place to 95, Hayes Klotz, Richmond, Indiana.
I think the best top 5 that we've seen so far on the Southdown side today. I think a really interesting pair to sort up quickly. The sheep that I chose to start with, I really like the way she runs uphill. I like her added stoutness of structure. You get your hands on that sheep, and she's probably the freshest handling in the top 5. Extremely powerful from behind. Like her added breed type as well. I think just a nice female to start with. You that we have in second is so powerful out of her upper hip. She might be the most massive when you get right behind her of the drive. And from the profile, I sure like her underline and the way she ties together from the profile. I just wish she was a notch stouter in her bone work, but I think still a high-quality female. The ewe that we have here in third is probably the sheep that reminds me of our senior champion as much as any that we've seen so far today. That sheep is so good in her basic build. She's great out of her hip and hind leg, and her stoutness of structure. Still extremely, extremely elegant in her front end. Of the top 5, she's easily the most out of shape in terms of her top. She's the one that's the plainest over her rack and loin edge. You get that thing back in shape, and I really, really think that that's a good female. Next in line, we've got a sheep that I think is really expressive right behind her shoulder. I like her added length of body and extension. Of the top 5, she's probably the one that wants to taper just a little bit to her dock, and she's one that I'd like to see hold together a little bit better. She's maybe over pushing just a touch. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, I think similarly to the ewe directly ahead of her, wants to over push, and because of that, she's wanting to break in her loin edge some, maybe one to drop in her chest floor as well when she's over pushing, but still I think an awfully, awfully nice female.
Here in your Slick Shorn Champion Suffolk ewe drive, it's a pretty easy decision. This junior champion ewe lamb, she kind of puts it all together. She's extended up through the front end. She's long spine, big hip. Where she excels the rest of the class is that length of hip and that muscling down that lower leg, but yet still puts it in a pretty pattern. You get her put in motion, and she stays together. She just looks the part, whether she's being driven or she's on the move. Really, really nice kind of a female. For reserve, it gets a little bit tougher, but we're going to go with the senior champion for your reserve. 2 great, great females. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
For our grand champion U for the Slickshorn division, the Suffolk, it was our junior champion, entry 149. 149 is Slack 10225. Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana, out of the Slickshorn late January ULAM class. The reserve went to our senior champion, entry 94. Out of the Slickshorn senior ULAM class, entry number 94 was Slack 10017, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Placing on the class of late January ULAMs for the Shropshires. First place goes to entry 109, City Limits 22056, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry 107, KJB 2201, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to 104, Addison and Oliver Nicholson, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth place to 112, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to entry 113, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 103, Quincy and Penelope Moore, Greentop, Missouri. 7 to 102, W. Hudson Weisand, Caldwell, Ohio. 8 to 106, Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. Ninth place to entry 110, Ben Eisler, Prospect, Ohio. And 10 to entry 100, Kaylee Goins, Monrovia, Indiana. Placing on the Suffolk State Flock, first place goes to Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. That does conclude our Suffolk show. We will begin our Dorper show in just a few minutes, but Dorper exhibitors in Class 12, the Fall Ram Lamb class, need to be making their way to the gate. Dorper, Class 12, Fall Ram Lambs to the gate, please.
Another excellent set of ewe lambs to sort, and again, it's nice to have variety and an option to go ahead and go different directions, but I don't think there'll be too many people that would ever deny that this female doesn't look like she's like a girl. I mean, she happens to go through and she's refined, she's feminine, she happens to go through and is put together. I mean, she just struts around this ring like you can't believe, and at the same time, she's confident. It's a female that's dead straight in her top line. Great set of feet and legs. She's very futuristic in her design. I think it's really hard to go ahead and deny that, again, on the traditional side of the sheep business, that she definitely goes through and is a kind of a next level kind of a female. Female that's powerful. And I'll be the first to admit she has more muscle. She has more expression down her top. She's got all that power in through her hip and stifle. I'll agree. I'll say that, yes, she has more bone. When you go through and you look at her in her overall body kind and shape, you go through and also say that she's maybe a little quicker in her kind, a little shorter in her kind. She's going to be all of that, which again, when it comes to some of the weather type sheep, you want them to go ahead and be at this size forever. And so as it turns out, when you go through and look at that, I can go ahead and appreciate every bit of that. And at the same time, I just wish she was a tad neater in through her shoulder. I'd like to go ahead and just add an extra rib in this sheep to go ahead and give her a little more length of body, to go ahead and really make her appease what I'm looking for. And again, I think she's a darn good one. And I think that the young lady does a phenomenal job showing this sheep. And again, I think it's a two-horse race. These were the two that caught my eye right in the beginning. I think you guys do a phenomenal job in presenting them because they're good, solid, sound sheep that really have a tremendous amount of function. The ewe that we've got in third, real pretty side view profile sheep. She's super neat in through her shoulder. She's long necked. She's long bodied. She's the one that gives up as far as muscle mass and shape, especially outside stifle. She doesn't have quite the bone that we see in the two ewes ahead of her. But boy, that's a pretty sheep on a side view profile. I think she's going to have some really nice days down the line. I think, again, she's going to be one of those that you can appreciate that she's going to continue to go ahead and push the competition because she is that good. The female that we've got in fourth place maybe is the stouter made one in comparison to those two ewe lambs. And when you go through and look at the size of foot in this sheep, the circumference of bone, we can see that maybe she has a little more forearm in her. Female that, again, is similar as far as muscle down her top and out through that hip, but she's a little bit flatter in through that stifle, which, again, I would be, amiss that I know that it's just one of those things that you're going to find in the Shropshires. They're not as expressive. And, again, I'm okay with that, and that's where you go through and you can find that difference. I think she's a really pretty ewe, and she certainly deserves to be in this top five. I think she's got rib, body. She's a little shorter strided when you put her out there on the move, but at the same time, she's got some power in that top that really brings her right up in there. Then you go through and you see in number 5, she's a jack-fronted kind of sheep. You really go through and she's really up in the top of her shoulder there. She has that neck come right into her shoulder really nicely, really long-bodied. Again, sheep that doesn't have the overall depth of body, depth of flank, nor the muscle that goes through in the center portion of that leg. But she certainly has got things that I really like, and that's one is her breed type. She's really cool about the brown, and she's a thinner eared ear. She's one that I'd like to go ahead and shorten that ear a bit. But again, I think she's very acceptable. Great set of ewe lambs all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the Southdown class of late February ewe lambs, first place went to entry 362, Northern Star Livestock Service 22032, Marshall Hall, Hartsville, Tennessee. Second place to entry 375, Oldenburg 2059, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to 372, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. 4 to 348, Kalen Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 379, Charlie Ryan, Taylorville, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 353, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 7 to entry 358, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 8 to 363, Jordan Hensley, Galveston, Indiana. 9 to entry number 354, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 10 to entry 381, Drew Hoflinger, Columbus, Indiana. Placing on the Shropshire class of early February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 123, City Limits 22068, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry 122, Rockin' K 2203, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Third place to entry 124, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 127, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 5 to 134, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 125, Skylar Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Seventh place to 137, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. 8 to 138, Isaac Thomas, Jacob Bella, and Caroline Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. 9 to entry number 121, Abby Eisler, Prospect, Ohio. And 10th place to entry 133, Cooper Ruse, Lafayette, Indiana.
Here in this Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, we got two really high quality individuals to start the class off with. The Ram we're going to start with, he puts it all together just a little bit better than our second place one. He stays up on his toes a little bit better. You get him moving around the ring. He moves a lot more athletically than our second place one. He's a very masculine headed buck, a lot of muscle, a lot of raw power. You really appreciate that. Just a really, really good individual. The Ram in second, Grant, he's probably pounds heavier, but I'd like to see him up on those toes. He doesn't have quite the masculine front end that our class winner does. Not quite as square out through his hip structure as well either, but a very, very good doing, big ribbed kind of an individual. The next Ram in line, not quite he just doesn't balance quite as nicely, but you got to appreciate this buck, the depth of rib. He's got enough muscling down that lower leg, and that's where he excels our Ram in fourth. The Ram in fourth, I'd like to see him have a little bit more outer leg, and he'd be able to run up there with these Rams ahead of him. I really appreciate this Ram for his masculine head. He's got a great Dorper head shape to him, but he just needs a little more muscling, and he'd be able to move right up there. Rounding out the top five here, a Ram that's a little bolder up through his front end. He's a little bit more pinched in his heart girth. You do love the length of body that this Ram has, the muscle shape that he has, but it just needs to be just the flow from front to rear just a little nicer to run with the individuals ahead of him. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
For the Dorpers, in the Fall Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 89, Lazy 5 Ranch 5365, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to entry 91, Binks Family Farm 650, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Third to entry 93, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to entry 87, Sidney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. Fifth place to entry number 85, Paisley Lord, Blanket, Tennessee. Sixth place to entry 92, Justice Imshoff, Chilcott, California. 7 to entry 86, Mace Lambert, Last Lead, Missouri. 8 to 88, Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 9 to 94, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 10 to entry 96, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin.
I think an interesting set of March ewe lambs, obviously some varying maturity patterns in here. The ewe that I chose to start with, I think, is the one that has the most power on the top side of her skeleton. She's really, really muscular from behind. I really like that hip and hind leg and her stoutness of structure. In relation to the ewes directly behind her, I think I like her breed type just a touch more as well. I think a nice female to start with. Ewe in second is one that hit me pretty hard when we first started. Really the power sheep of the drive. Extremely massive out of her hip and down through the lower portions of her leg. She's probably the heaviest conditioned of our top 5, and because of that, she's maybe starting to open up just a touch at the top of her shoulder. Really, really neat female here in third. One that I like her muscularity and I like her shape. She's sure good in her forerib. From the profile, though, she's not right from her forerib back into her flank, and then when she gets out and goes, she's just too tight moving for me. But one whose basic build is kind of intriguing in terms of her forerib and hip shape. The ewe that we have here in fourth is a more muscular female than I was initially anticipating. She's one that's extremely heavy structured, and when you get your hands on her, she's really powerful over a rack. I think that one just needs more time to catch up in terms of her maturity. I think as a yearling, that one will be really intriguing. The ewe we've got next in line is really a wide-built female. I like her stoutness of structure. She wants to roll her hock just a touch, and from the profile, I'd like to give her more flank in relation to her chest floor. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 6 out with is one that when she gets into her, I think that sheep's front end really comes out of her, and she's really attractive from the profile, and I like her muscle shape from the side. But when you get right behind her, I think that's one that needs a shot more dimension down low. And when she gets off of her like that, I think that sheep wants to drop her chest just a touch.
Here in your winter Ram Lamb class, we're going to use the most fault-free one. He's got enough thickness up through his front. He's clean fronted. That's where he excels the next two Rams in class is his front end design. But he keeps them together in a nice athletic package. He's straight out through that hip structure, carries a lot of muscling down. But conformation, he excels the rest of the class. Now, granted, the Ram in second is pounds heavier. He's stouter. He's deeper ribbed. You appreciate that about him. Just getting a little bit too coarse up through his front end, takes away from his balance. But he is a powerful Ram. You love the depth of rib he's got. You love the muscling he's got. Just like to pretty that front end up just a little bit, but he fits in that second hole. The next Ram in line, he's got the pretty, the flash, the eye appeal from the side profile. He's got a little too much protruding chest plate for me today. If that was not there, he could rock right into that first place hole. You love the power that he expresses into that lower leg from his hip on down to his hock, but just got to clean that front up just a little bit more to roll on up. The next Ram, just getting a little too piecey. He does break behind the shoulders every once in a while when these young guys get him shown. He looks like a rock star, but when he gets pulling back a little bit, he fits in that fourth hole. The great big Ram here in fifth. I'd like to correct him on his front legs. He's toeing out just a little bit. He pinches into heart girth, but boy, you really got to appreciate the growth that he's had up until this time period. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results from the early March ULAM class for the South Downs. First place goes to entry 421. Kuhn Mills 2250. Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. Second place to entry 404. Oldenburg 2079. Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Third place to 433. Macy Zerbach, Roseburg, Oregon. 4 to 405. KDK South Downs, Kelsey, Nathan, and Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 5 to Would one of the Southdown ring stewards please come over to the desk, please? One of the Southdown ring stewards.
This is definitely one of the more challenging classes. Obviously, when you're going through, if you're looking for market lambs, you do it far different. But when I look at breeding sheep, you've got to go ahead and look at the one that fits the most properly for what it is. And I think, again, the ewe lamb that goes through and starts this class, very similar to the previous class winners, you've got to appreciate balance. Balance, eye appeal, how the sheep actually is put together based on anatomy and looking for a eye-appealing package that goes through and blends. And this is definitely a nicely balanced female that goes through and has probably the best breed type in this lineup right here. We go through and we look at her coloration, we look at the shape of the ear. These are going to be the value-added items. that you go through and you can appreciate. We can go through and we really like that about her. If I wanted to go ahead and make her perfect, I'd slender up her nose just a bit and maybe lighten her up in her coloration, but I think she's really very acceptable. I like the stoutness, I like the bone. At the same time, she's really pretty on a side view profile. The ewe that pushes her darn hard is the one in second. Then again, you know, with different kinds of sheep, and we go through and we look at she being a little more of the weather style sheep. She's all about that foot size, all that shag. She's got a nice cool front end. She's really actually freak-like in her front portion of her rib shape. She's real tight, real clean, but at the same time has a huge shape in that fore rack that you go through and you can really appreciate. But she is freak-like in through that lower part, and I really like that. She's really deep, has a nice sweeping underline, dead level top line, real wide pin set, just really nice. She really rocks it when you walk around the ring. This little female goes through and really has a great thing. I wish she was just a little bit narrower in her head, a little bit thinner in her ear. Again, I got a nitpick on a class that's so darn hard, and I think that's the difference. She's one of the cleaner type of conditioning in this class, so she's really green. She's going to have even better days. I think that her end point isn't here, and so I think that's one thing that you can really appreciate in that female. Female in third, a lot like the ewe that we started with. One of the greener ewes in the class. She's very futuristic in her design. She's real neatly laid into her shoulder, flat in her top line. She's probably one of the best hipped females in the class. I really like that. She's a little lighter muscled, which again works to her disadvantage, but at the same time, I think her better days are going to be down the road as well. Her design is cool because she's got a straight spine. She's really cool in that front end. I think she's got plenty of length of body, and she's going to end up having some really great days down the line. Then there's two lambs that I'm saying, how do I separate them? Because when you look at them, they're bold, they're powerful, they got great rib shape, and you go through and you look at their top shape, they're really phenomenal. And I don't know if they're a set of twins or not, but my gosh, they're so similar in their shape and kind. They've got a lot of thickness and muscle. They go through and have some boldness of rib. You go through and look at those two ewe lambs. If I were to criticize them, they're a little down-fronted. Not a lot, a little. See, so some you're going to see really down-fronted. I'd like to see them jacked up in their front end just a notch more so that we can see them driving uphill in their design. Those are two females that are really good. And if you happen to go in and be raising terminal type of sheep, you're in the right kind. And I think that you can go ahead and you're just looking for that special piece to go ahead and breed them, to go ahead and make those fancy weathers. And again, I think both of those hard to separate. And again, fourth and fifth, so similar that again, you can be really appreciative of their kind. I told the young man in sixth that I think that this one was better than his last one. And I still think that. And so when we go through and we look at him in this lineup, this female really likes to go ahead and really pump up her muscles. She likes to flex, she likes to go ahead and she really looks good. Nice side view profiling sheep, really nice as far as the amount of outside pop to that leg. Super footed sheep. If I were to go ahead and change her, I probably want to put a little more fore rib in her. But I think again, that's again personal preference only. I think some people want them real tight in there, almost freak-like in that rib shape. So again, excellent set of females, really great set of late Februaries. Congratulations.
Here in your Dorper Ram Lamb class, the ram we're going to start with is the stoutest made. He's got the most bone. He's the biggest forearm buck in the class. He's got the most muscling into that lower leg as well. He's got a very nice head about him. He could be cleaned up through his front end just a little bit. He's a tick bold, but to have all that power, and when you get him put into motion, he actually looks better than when he's standing still. He wins the class quite nicely. The next ram in line follows that type and kind, just a little frailer made. Doesn't have quite the bone work as our class winner. but he's a nice ram as well. Just kind of doesn't have the power that our individual that wins the class. So he fits into that second hole. The next ram, really smooth made ram. I like him about that. He's probably the straightest, one of the straighter bucks we've seen today. You like him on his feet and legs. I'd like to see him have just a little bit more anal pigmentation today. But a nice individual that fits into that hole. The next ram rounding out the class, just a little too bold up through his front end, doesn't have enough power from behind. It takes away from his balance and overall eye appeal, but a nice sheep as well. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
I think a really nice set of late March ewe lambs, and the ewe that I chose to start with I think is so fresh in her condition. She's so neat and clean up through her front end, and you get your hands on her, and she's really expressive there over her rack and fresh to the edge of her loin. I think that she's one that's really appropriate in this age group in terms of her flesh and the way she's built up through her front end. I think an awfully nice female. Either we've got next in line is extremely powerful. She's so massive from behind and extremely stout in her bone work. When you get up to handle her, though, because of her condition, she's maybe just a little bit plainer to the touch of the top five. She's probably the heaviest condition, but still one that out of her hip and hind leg and her mass from behind, I sure really like. A neat made female here in third, one that's really flat at the point of her shoulder, expressive on the top side of her skeleton and from behind. It's when you get off to the side of her neck wants to tie in just a notch lower into her shoulder, and her depth of chest in relation to her flank I think throws off her balance some, but a female that's sure got some unique pieces. Just a really good built female here in fourth. I like her bone work, her foot size, her structural integrity, and when you get your hands on her, she sure got plenty of mass. Maybe not fit quite as hard as the three females above her, but still I think one that has a pile of quality. And then just a massive wide built female to end out the top five with, one that I wish was just a notch more expressive from behind.
Continue placings on the early March class of Southdown ewe lambs. Fifth place went to entry 424, Holiday Howard, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Sixth place.
Here in our Dorper Champion Ram Drive, two individuals really come to the top really quickly, and that's your fall buck and your winter buck lamb. Two rams that have the look that you want in a Dorper. They got the spring of rib, they got the muscling, they got masculinity to them. Just two really nice individuals. One's just a little bit stouter in his bone work, and I feel he kind of gets the advantage on the other individual that way. Your fall ram is going to be your champion. We're going to follow with the winner for reserve. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Finishing up those placing, sixth place in that early March ewe lamb class went to Mallory Bowers, entry 398, Lafayette, Indiana. 7 to 410, Larkin Miller, Florence, Kentucky. Eighth place to entry 422, Hudson Hortz, Houston, Texas. 9 to 395, Brock True, Ochi, Tennessee, and 10 to 390, Eva Ennis, Martinsville, Indiana. Placing on the late March ULAM class, first place to entry number 427, JM Genetics 2233, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Second to 432, Craigo 2126, Addison Zerbach, Roseburg, Oregon. Third to 436, Marshall Hall, Hartsville, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 447, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 5 to 446, also Drew George. Sixth place, seven to entry 449, Hallie Schiller, Noblesville, Indiana. Eighth place to 443, Lindley Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 9 to 442, Brayson Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. And 10 to 439, Eden Ennis, Martinsville, Indiana. Placing on the Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 99, TJB Binks Family Farm. 690, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Second to 98, Griffin Dorpers, D2204, Griffin Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Third place to 103, Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 4 to entry 106, Caleb Riley, St. James, Missouri. 5 to 100, Caleb Vissel-Lobdell, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to 104, Madison Henderson, Nowata, Oklahoma. 7 to entry 102, Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 8 to 101, Joseph Wilson, Fancy Farm, Kentucky. 9 to 105, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois. 10 in the Spring Dorper Ram Lamb class, first place to Joshua Wilson, entry 111 with Lazy 5 Ranch 5454. Joshua's from Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 109, Lazy 5 Ranch 5495, also Joshua Wilson. Third place to entry 108, Kellen Algier, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 4 to 112, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois. Our champion ram went to the first place in the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry 89, Lazy 5 Ranch 5365, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. The reserve first in the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry 99, TJB Binks Family Farm 690, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Placing on the class of late February ewe lambs for the Shropshires. First place to 150, City Limits 22099, Jaden and Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry 145, Leininger 2240, Jaden and Miranda Moneyheffer, Cooper and Allie Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Third place to 159, Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. 4 to entry 141, Megan Rodabaugh, Danville, Ohio. 5 to 158, Megan Rodabaugh. 6 to 160, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. 7 to 154, Abby Hughes, Greenfield, Indiana. 8th place to 152, Addie Laney and Lexi Pop, Sharon, Wisconsin. 9 to 143, Vivian Stephenson, Verroque, Wisconsin. And 10 to Sally Everhart, entry 142. Sally's from Carlisle, Indiana.
Really nice yearling ewe here to win the Dorper yearling ewe class. You really got to appreciate the femininity. She's got her head shape. She's got a stud head on her. She's got the right Roman nose to her. Just a really beautiful fronted female. Then you get into her body, and she's really deep in that rib cage. She's got a lot of muscle. I mean, she just overpowers this class. She's got class and elegance and power all wrapped up into one. Just kind of a neat female. The next ewe in line follows the type and kind of her, just not quite as much to her, not quite as sprung in her rib cage as what our class winner is, but a very nice female as well. The next ewe in line looks like she's a really deep-bodied female, but when you get her put into motion, she doesn't track quite as nicely as these first two, and she doesn't keep herself athletically put together. But a big barreled female, you love that about her. She is very nice and feminine up through that front end. Just like to stretch her out just a little bit to run with them girls ahead of her. The next two in line really look good when they're standing here on the profile. You love the depth of rib, the spring of rib, the length of spine, the front ends on them. But you get them put into motion, both of them take a real short, choppy stride off their back legs. They need a longer hip structure so they can stretch with that back leg, stretch farther so they can be in motion and look like they're put together. But the one that's going to be in fourth, she's a tick heavier bone than the one in fifth, and that's why they're going to sit the way they do. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Southdown ring, our junior champion went to entry number 226 out of the early January ewe lamb class. Burns Stock Farm, 1860, Quentin Durr, Arcadia, Indiana. The reserve junior champion came from the late January ewe lamb class, entry 288, Oldenburg, 2038, Kendall Payton, Sheridan, Indiana. Now selecting the junior bred and owned champion in reserve.
Real nice set of March and later ewe lambs to go through and sort through. And when we go through and we look at that, we obviously have a lot of size and differences in our class. We have different muscle maturities. And then it's a matter of picking out the ones that you really think are really spot on. And the ewe lamb that goes through and starts this class is really cool. She's really neat in through her shoulder. She's extended through her neck. She's really level in her top line, super footed sheep. Really like the way she's really clean through that lower third of her body cavity. I think she's going to really have some future with this particular ewe lamb. They're a great combination. I love the amount of bone and substance and power that she has and puts it all in a pretty package. I think she's just really a nice ewe lamb. The ewe lamb that I've got in second, kind of more of a frame style sheep, a sheep that's extended in through her front end. She's really lean in through her neck, long bodied, super cool on those feet and legs, real nicely balanced sheep. I think she fits into that second position really nicely. Then we end up with a little more powerful sheep that goes through and comes in third. Really big rack shape about her. She's very youthful. When you go through and you look at all that, she's youthful in her head. She goes through and then has all this power as I again see kind of project her to go and even be more powerful as time goes on. Really good on her feet and legs, really big foot on this sheep, a sheep that blends extremely well, goes through and has a lot of balance and eye appeal. Sheep that really goes through and is really keen to me is the one that we have in fourth place. As I go through and look at her, she's really long, she's smooth, she's futuristic as far as her growth curve. We find her that she's really cool on those feet and legs. She's really great as far as being squareness, setting those feet down nicely. She moves around the ring extremely well. I think, again, she just doesn't have enough power for me today. When I see that we've got some power sheep ahead of her, I think, again, I'd like to go in to see a little more maturity in this female to go ahead and move up the line. Then we go through and in fifth place, again, another really big, powerful sheep that I won't deny the amount of expression that she has down her top, one that has a tremendous amount of stifle in her as well. I think the one thing that really detracts from her overall look is that she's a bit bold in her shoulder, doesn't have quite the leg set that I'd like to see in the front legs there. She has a tendency to be a little wide-chested. I'd like to go ahead and narrow that chest up just a little bit see her stand a little bit square on those front legs, I think then she could go ahead and move up. But again, power, power, power in that number 5. Then we go through and we look at number 6. Again, number 6, Ewe Lamb, is really, again, a really pretty female that has a lot of natural thickness down her top. She stands on an adequate amount of bone, but she's, again, a little bit too bold-fronted for me. I'd like to go ahead and narrow her up in her chest floor, go ahead and pull those shoulders together to go ahead and see them that they're a little bit flatter coming into that neck to go ahead and be a little more competitive. Nice set of March Ewe Lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior yearling U class for the Dorpers. First place to entry number 120, TJ.B. Binks, Family Farm, 535, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Second place to entry 123, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5153, Joshua Wilson, Mount Aldna, North Carolina. Third to 116, Sydney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. 4 to 117, Peyton Nix, Perry, Oklahoma. 5 to 124, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 115, Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Seventh place to 122, Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Eighth place to 125, Riley and Elena Smith, Kentland, Indiana. 9 to entry 121, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 10 to 126, Madison Henderson, Nowata, Oklahoma. For the junior champion bred and owned for the South Downs, our junior champion goes to entry 309. Out of the early February Ewe Lamb class, Growth, KY 7511 2208. Madeline Caroline Silas and Anna Grace Growth, Lexington, Kentucky. The reserve champion for the junior division bred and owned goes to entry 302. Same class, Beckmeyer Brothers, 2210. Logan Tanner Riker Beckmeyer of Atwood, Illinois.
Really nice class of Dorper yearling ewes that really sort themselves quite nicely. The ewe that wins it, she's just so fault-free. She's elegant up through her front end. She's good on her feet and legs. She moves around the ring just like she wants to win the class. When they came out, it was like, I'm going to win this. And she just looks the part. She's deep in that rib cage. The deepest part is her navel. She's got flash. She's got eye appeal. She looks good from the front, from the rear, from the side. And you put her in motion, she doesn't disappoint you. She wins it quite easily. The next ewe in line, I do appreciate the framework she's got. She's a bigger framed ewe. She's got more bone diameter than our class winner, and I do appreciate that. Just not quite as straight and as elegant. Doesn't have quite the spring of rib as our class winner. You do love the muscling that she's got. She's got a lot of muscle, both inner and outer leg muscle for a ewe that's got a little more extension. She fits into that second hole quite nicely. The next ewe in line, a little heavier conditioned kind of a female, and it takes away from her femininity up through her front end. You love the deep rib cage she has. She carries enough muscling out behind out into her hip and down into her lower leg. Where she excels the ewes in fourth and fifth, there's a cleanliness up through her front end. The next two ewes have a little bit too much protruding chest plate for me. You get them put into motion. They just need to hold themselves together a little nicer, but two very, very stout females. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
What a nice set of of junior ULAM candidates out here when we look at our January's clear to the March classes. Again, a nice set of females to go through and sort. And again, like I had told you many a time, is that you got to kind of pick the ones that you like. And I'm really happy with what I got out here. And again, you exhibitors deserve a big round because of what you've gone through and done in your breeding programs. Look at the consistency in these sheep, and we can see that they're long, level, square-made sheep that happen to go through and has some balance and some eye appeal. I think there's a lot of usefulness in all the sheep. We have a couple weather-style sheep in here that, again, I think are really cool, and I think that you go through and have to go ahead and admit that each of the kinds you can respect, you know, and look at that as part of their breeding program that's very important to them. And I think that's a really nice thing to go ahead and do. I've gone through and I pretty much had my mind made up once I saw the lineup put together. I think my decision is now final, and I'm going to go out and congratulate the exhibitors of those two individuals for our junior champion. Again, a great set of females. Congratulations.
For the Shropshires, our junior champion went to the first place early January ULAM. Entry number 82, City Limits 22003, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve junior champion came out of the March and later born ULAM class. Entry 175, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. Placing on that March ULAM class, first place did go to entry 175, Slack 2260, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. 2 to entry 170, Land Run 669, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. 3rd to 176, Eleanor Feller, Milton, Indiana. 4 to entry 182, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. 5 to 184, Megan Rodeball, Danville, Ohio. 6th place to 174, Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 177, Abby Hubes, Greenfield, Indiana. 8 to 165, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 9 to 178, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. And 10 to 172, River Lease, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first place went to 130, Kelly 1019, Paisley Lord, Blanket, Texas. 2nd to 132, Icon B C047, Louise, Izzy Klaus, Sheridan, Indiana. 3rd to entry 129, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. 4 to 133, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 5 to entry 134, Kinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. 6th place to 128, Eli Mitchell, Jamestown, Indiana. And 7th place to 127, Brock Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Shropshire yearling futurity winner is Hayden Lowry with Sugar Ridge 2107. The yearling U futurity runner-up is Emily Stevens with Step Ahead 225. The Shropshire U Lamb futurity winner was Drake Slutz with RNA 2618. Runner-up Emily Stevens with RNA 2617.
The Shropshire exhibitors deserve a huge round of applause and a thank you from me for being as courteous and have the kindness and at the same time the quality and depth of quality that you guys have brought out. So again, when we go through and look at female shows, we typically see females being far superior than a lot of the male part of those livestock shows. And I think in general, you can go ahead and find that in a heifer show. You can find it in the gilt side of things that you'll go through and you'll find that the females are really an exemplary group of animals, and at the same time, a lot of depth in each one of them. I think, again, these four that come out here, I'm extremely pleased. There's a tremendous amount of power. There's some femininity and refinement in some of these females. And again, it's nice to see power. It's nice to see finesse. We can see athletic. We can go through and look at beauty. And I think that there's four that kind of fit all of that. And again, it's really nice to go through and see those kind of things out here. I'm really pleased. I've already made my decision up. Now I'm just chatting. And so what I'm going to do is go ahead and reach out, and I'll congratulate the exhibitors of our champion and our reserve champion, Shropshire Ewes. Nice job, folks. Give them a big round of applause.
I think it's been an extremely good Southdown show, especially in the U division. I think these four females are extremely good. They're my kind in terms of their frame size, their basic build, their breed type. I think they're sheep that are extremely good. I've always had the philosophy that if you're going to raise Southdowns, why try to make them bigger? I think we need to keep trying to make them better. And I think these four sheep are extremely good. They get out and flex. They've got muscle and power and dimension, and yet are still extremely attractive from the side. The thing that I enjoy with our sheep is just walking through them and looking at them. And at this stage in their maturity, those two yearling ewes I think would be so much fun to just have in your backyard. They're going to be champion and reserve.
For the Shropshires, our grand champion went to the junior champion sheep. That was entry number 82. Out of the January ewe lamb class, City Limits 22003, Jaden and Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion. The reserve junior champion out of the March and later class, entry 175, Slack 2260, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. That does conclude our Shropshire show. For our Southdown show, our grand champion was the senior champion, and that's also our champion bred and owned overall. Entry 118 out of the intermediate yearling U class. George Brothers, 21043. Drew George, Niles, Michigan. The reserve grand champion was also our class winner from our reserve senior champion, class winner of the late yearling ewes, Knettle, 2142, Brianna Carson and Cole Knettle of Downs, Illinois.